When I'm in one of those moves, I can give it I'm cool when they want to jump on. I hear voices calling me, giving me fists. Saying tonight's the night, black law that's like me sits. Never holding left, you the left, I'm in the top 10. Even Rocky's saying this life said you can't win. Scream battle, but you never fought. That's like me saying I got 5, never ran a full court. Stab the devil in his belly, took his belly. You spot down, split straight to the turn. I see. Envious eyes, envious guys, different states. Now we singing different cake. Rob me, get it out of place. Cause in the end, I'm the head case you gotta face. And I did Yo, nobody knew where he came from or had his name from. All we know is he killed Keith with the same gun. He was on the ground, torn from out of jail. Now we see us, we living and getting a lot of mail. Yo, nobody. Yo, nobody knew where he came from or had his name from. All we know is he killed Keith with the same gun. He was on the ground, torn from out of jail. Now we see us, we living and getting a lot of mail. Watch that cat, send up to stop that cat. Always got the gas, gotta take them home, gotta break them home real soon. They're cool, they do it. I can rather sit up for that and say I'm a somewhere down the line. I might have to use my cat again. I'm alright, staying up all night. From the dark chocolate trees to the dumb to the right. See up, you acting like there's no beef between us, act right. He ain't got creep straight, there's no beef inside the corner. Young man, he got me on the hole. Never got the honey grippers are going. And so I see how it be looking at us. I get like they know this you side up. See no black hole, just give me some. I negotiate the matter, give tax you try. In the club, no like was me. Black girl, we talk. Black girl, we talk. Yo, hey yo, skills leaving them chill on nights like Vince Price when I flash my steel. They can't touch, won't touch, never touch. Driving around with the toe sling grip, never bust. Like things I made, I want cream get shifty. Got the big 850 with the gleam, my team. Full of cutthroats with enough notes to write a book, take a good look at these bad guys. Stay mad fly, mad kid. In the 4X we die, I don't expect to die. I'm on some humble, I'm on some humble. When it's all you should see, I come through with. If you scared by a dog, release the 4x4s. I heard when God died on his cross. On the streets, not good like all sticks. Your all fake, just got paid, but it almost a more click, y'all fake. In my head, now you nervous, man, to drive my brains quick fast. At your service, my brother Curtis squeezed in. Sell jobs, I make you when you can't escape the barrel. Balance, I tell some, live your life like rough did. I did enough bitch, ask anybody I'm rough kid.
be prepared. You can allow the loose ends. I highly recommend y'all bring your arm. This is no false alarm. They want to do us harm. Like I'm nervous. We live inside a glass house. They want to bring us down. Then dragons. It's all about that doubt our reputation. Starting conflict and don't know what they facing. Wanna twist a stone and black magic. Threatening to check the table and wars happen. Are you ready? Don't sleep on them. Ain't petty. You get that tone like a steady. Get the getaway spot in the shifty. Leave all of those behind that activity. We got maneuvers that's hard to beat. To the other side of the street, on the 6 feet with me. Come on, I told you if it's all out war, I'ma kill. When the rebel yells, it's on and don't stop till it's done. See, I got guns and I'm sick. See how you say meet me here? I came quick. The same cats on the most wanted list. We can get them, then straight disappear in the list. My learning for this won't cease to exist. I shoot and kill and I be damned if I miss. A warrior, ready for Armageddon. I get serious as hell when I'm threatened. Intend to get hostile, break into a rage of fury. Send them back their fossils, and crates right, a rude awakening. But now I'm alert, and that's right down my line of work. The whole brotherhood reverses nothing powers with no back. And watch how they all fall flat. Don't fall out, they got us against the wall, get it all out. Get it all out, without you, I'm the wall. Something worth dying for. Don't fall out, they got us up against the wall, get it all out. Get it all out, without you, I'm the wall. Something worth dying for. You want starting to feel this.
Yo, homies cats think they live, thinking they business round here. Yo, dog, don't even go there, this is ours. We built this from the ground on up. Now it's flowers, I think you mess around on up. Your aunt's bars, slim chance of y'all getting lost. Stop cipher, that's because we are in charge. It's set here, class is known for getting right here and left here. Till the cops come pick them up.
Stepping in tip. Yeah. Starting to feel this. Yeah. Starting to feel this. Yeah. Starting to feel this. Yeah. Starting to feel this.
Yo, homies cats think they live, thinking they business round here. Yo, dog, don't even go there, this is ours. We built this from the ground on up. Now it's flowers, I think you mess around on up. Your aunt's bars, slim chance of y'all getting lost. Stop cipher, that's because we are in charge. It's set here, class is known for getting right here and left here. Till the cops come pick them up.
Stepping in territory that's corrupt. Listen it up, the room was already soaked up. Hold up, you and your crew and me girls to get slain. This ain't the place to try to gain fame from. Burn the streets and we work hard to make. And I'll be damned if I let another brother take it alive for his own sake. They better vacate properly before they get storm. Listen, take heed to what we say.
And the strong survive. Shut back.
Hustle.
They hijack. Things that they wrong, now that they bring.
They're talking that bullshit. Bullshit. Bang.
Everywhere I go, results pounds of love. Black on blessed like the heavens up above. Catch me in the two-way camera, 10 bags of that drum. You growing age too old. Got me, so I'm taking it slow, making it grow. Right now, my main concern is making it blow. Damn old man, yo, you got to understand, yo, I'm not the one that hit up with the band, yo. Here y'all is, bringing my fingerprints up again, like I'm saying, I ain't 60 feet my face. Look, I was out in town getting cake with more and loose shake. Wasn't even out here in New York State. Trying to play me like a dope, like my name was Skate. Now you mad, huh? You have never seen my face before. You don't know me. Oh, no. You will never see my face again. You don't know me. Oh, no. I'm like uptown, I'm back in the night. Been talking that I show young businessmen. Family choice, money open on the books. The ones who stand firm like they nothing shook about them. I got them cats waiting for me. We know them big dudes across the street. She said, yeah, if I'm over on Mayfair, bullets from out of nowhere. So I stayed in, jumped in. I hit the ground for mags to pull the piece out. So big with them, pointing the sheep out. They won't be flying here, they gon' get it. In the road swing, I'ma show them how black play, roll the dice. With reeds like snake eyes, I break out. Sit back and watch my kick rise. It's all about the legend, it's true, that be the motto. Ran out of heroin, started throwing bottles, running, and I ain't looking back. Fucking ass, man, I get you back for dinner.
I love you, baby. You drive me crazy. I'll never betray you. I love you, baby.
Keep thinking that you hard, take a look around. I got soldiers stationed up to bring pain. But when they go down, my homes do the same. Keep thinking that you hard, take a look around. I got soldiers stationed up to bring pain. But when they go down, my homes do the same thing. We all in the same gang, we all in the bank. Ain't nobody going against the price and take aim. 3 yards of basic, blood on the face, watch all the cases, it's real. You got to bet your life to face them. I mean, I got this rap thing locked with more cake than tasty. Like the fiend dish, the title I hold, I hope a late wish. And this type dish you should extinguish. And one phone call and I'll extinguish. I mean this, you see this. Blue steel, 440 caliber, Excalibur. I'ma destroy my next challenger. Meanwhile, I'm most MC. Quick to spread rain on the roach MC. So don't be approaching me without the cross and rows of beef. Who is supposed to be our blast him in the open beat. Dear black, how you do that, dear? Cause we don't care, I'll take them there. I'll take them there. Y'all can heard the first verse, no doubt, bang it. Verse 2, make sure none of y'all left hanging. Got money stopping it too, wrong with you. Long as you know my pants don't fit you. I need to look, I understand why he shook. Rich, face all up in the Guinness book. Check, all the records I set is major. Check, like the sets I wreck the flavor. The occasion, every state bar cop. Corner with hot, almost down like 4 knocks up. Man, I'm unorthodox, but you barely understand. I deal with the lots. Give me the props. I'm trying to set them off this shit and bring the equipment out to the park this shit. Show to see how I used to be. I'm looking toward the future, see black here to stay. It's time like I used to be. Most that black ain't trying to fit it. Up and down the coast, can't count the spots I did it. Future video. Okay. I make your mouthpiece obese like Eloise. When I release, you lose teeth like little seeds. Nigga, please, blood your dungarees. And that's just the half of my war path. Laugh now, cry later. I rhyme greater than the average player hater. And spectators buy my CD twice. They see me in the streets, they be like, yo, he nice. But that's on the low though. Be the cats with no dough. Try to play me at my show. I pull out 4 foes and go up in their clothes. Short change niggas, short chain niggas. Extortion came quicker. Want the range nigga, it still tickle me. I used to get strong to little C's cripple me. Now I play hard like
46.
46.
Niggas hungry this week.
I know the one who from BK to New Jerusalem. Think about all the planes we flew, bitches we ran through. Now the year's new. I lay my game flat. I want my spot back. Check 2. Motherfuckers mad cause I know niggas envy us. Too many niggas on my dick. Shit strenuous. When my men bust, you just move with such stamina. Slugs missed ya. I ain't mad at you. Blood rushing, concussions ain't nothing. Catch cases come out frontin', smoking something. Shipping white Russian bitch in the Benz bumping. I like them with the basic 6 TVs, the system, knocking make shit. Face it, we hard to hit, hard to shit before I stick you. For the re-up, like the P-up, left shots, smoke your seat up. Go in the ashtray, spark the weed up, long kiss. I'm running the jet, ain't even that, fucking maniac, put my name in rap, fucking.
Which camera is he on? Which
Can't touch me, try to touch me. Slugs don't touchy.
No. I want the album on CD. Actually, I'm trying to think if I should, trying to think how to come in. That podium, what's that podium?
Trying to break me. Look what you made me do. Great blue, my team in the marine blue. 6 Cooper, skeet it out, clean it out, clean it out. The proper distances, giving long kisses, bitch.
One of the meanest and the cleanest, and still I'm kind of fiendish when I'm at this. Been doing this for eons. Eons best to catch this vision of excellence, precise rapping ability. About to make some dead presidents, lacking the million G. The money though, it's got people like it funny yo. As soon as some niggas get some light, they be like coming yo. Products and puppets and farms getting played out. When authentic niggas step up, respect the later. Major effect to your sector, I'm the corrector. Live and direct, waving my mic like a scepter. Supreme exalted, universal leader. Descendants of the kings and queens, the overseer, the overlord, queen of the crop, working like crap. Spent years building the cats in the streets, so they my men. Again, gang starters done it. Remember too much truth back in the day.
Oh, this is the thing at the bottom.
Under our feet, so we listen in the beat to keep the cycle complete. Whether you kids be holding on the block all day, whether you puffing loud out in the factory, or whether you be in school, or in the library, wherever you are, baby.
I'm gonna talk about that.
Divine, son, and let it shine, son, as we refine, son. Hey, yo, this shit'll blow your mind, son. We're loyalty.
Right, so I'm gonna shout block round. I guess you can leave that off. Then I go into the Hip Hop Appreciation Week. Yeah, the 20th anniversary, but that's nothing. We're reading from Down by Law, so yeah, we're reading from that. So that's just insane. All that stuff. And of course, Jews and donations. So with that rock. And some point now.
A lot of ladies out there, be looking lovely, but they don't got no control of their life. Inside they're ugly, word to bugsy, exit red alert, swaying tech, the pump that's the flex, and they get head jerk. Chicks go berserk when they see us in this vibe, kicks and jump on, creeping to the top, and see the sweethearts out there breaking hard. While we're taking part of this hip hop art. Listen, yo, the best way, it ain't always the fast way. And just the best way, it ain't always to act nasty.
And the mic is not on yet.
Not yet. It's still off.
I gotta throw it when I go on, I turn it on.
Well, it's on over there, but it's not on here yet.
So I don't have to fuck with it.
Queens and all the motherfuckers that make it down the foundation, you know what I'm saying? Number love for those who
I wanna be here today. The old school didn't take the way. What can I say? I wanna be here today. The old school
You know, you could throw up a little donation. You could throw donations up there now.
I wanna be here today. The old school didn't
I want to raise the magic flash, well, that's the cash, LL, raise the hill up. I can last every year, rock cameras. The shit that we have to see and up your flesh show. With Ricky D, battle ups, putting in work. They took chill, and my homies on the hill, getting killed. Well, shit was real, but I can still remember raw. With that game, when they like almost putting potholes in the game. I can't explain how it was. Who be on the puffin' on that movie getting buzz. The damn brothers, the block parties in the projects, and I'm a block. And if you don't stop, sipping on that proper side. You must think of playing deeper, and it's like, as soon as you KRS, they give you throwing back. Until I'm fucking mankind.
Well, get you ready, then switch back to him.
Okay.
Then go back to the, a little theater.
I guess this will be back. Check it out.
Back in the days on the boulevard I landed, we used to kick routines and the presence was fitting. It was I, the abstract.
And me, the 5-footer. I kicks the mad style, so step off the Frankfurter.
Yo, Fife, you remember that routine? That way used to make spiffy like Mr. Clean.
A tidbit, a smidgen. I don't get the message, so you got to run the pigeon.
You're on point, Fife.
All the time, tip.
You're on point, Fife.
All the time, tip.
You're on point, Fife.
All the time, tip.
So then grab the microphone and let your words rip.
Now here's a funky introduction of how nice I am. Tell your mother, tell your father, send a telegram. I'm like an energizer cause you see I last long. My crew is never ever whack because we stand strong. Now if you say my style is whack, that's where you're dead wrong. I slay that body and El Segundo, then push it along. You be a fool to reply the fight was not the man. Cause you know and I know that you know who I am. A special shout out piece goes out to all my pals, you see. And a middle finger goes for all you punk MCs. Cause I love it when you whack MCs despise me. They get vexed, I will next, cause none contest me. I'm just a
Yo, I'm getting ready to put y'all up on something, man. Yo, when you see something ill, you know what I mean? That's woke. Anything ill you see is woke. Have me with big 6 at the curb, that's woke. Okay. Especially if it got the fully equipped kid on it, it's woke. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, I had this bad chick uptown, she was woke. Had me messed up in the head, I mean. Bought the chick diamonds and pearls, I mean. Should've seen the ice shining on the wrist. Now money ain't a problem, see my dough is like. Pull out my bankroll on y'all dudes like. Lost the blue strip from 210 like. Money wanna peep my blueprints, I'm like. Had to hit the brake on y'all brothers like. Brothers getting bagged on my block like. Coming home within a half an hour like. Fun like they had the manpower like. More or less.
More so, I rip your torso, I live the fast life. Come through in the pour slow like whoa. My people, like dough, like Joe, nitro, my flow, nice clothes, like whoa. East Penguin, like whoa. Now I'm Doc Strange in the range, like whoa. 100 miles an hour, switching lanes, like whoa. Plus I'm getting brain from the chick, like whoa. Fingernail, brother, eight, like whoa. Team floss, dead chicks, like whoa. 9-9 Jag, Benz coupe, like whoa. We keep them cheese lines on your block, like whoa. Grenade through your window, bunny, like whoa. Love to see me do this, sonny, like whoa. Brothers put me through this, sonny, like whoa. So I'ma go toe-to-toe, blow for blow, like whoa. And rip your torso, I live the fast life. Come through in the pour slow, like whoa. My people, like dough, nitro, nitro, my flow, nice clothes, like whoa.
And woe to Black Rob, who just passed away. It's funny, you know, like last week we were here talking about DMX, and this week we're here talking about Black Rob. Wow. Time is flying, and you never know who's next, really. Wow. That's something that's real interesting. You was just checking out Sun One on the mix, of course. And you know, he was playing a lot of Black Rob for obvious reasons. When did Rob pass? You said April 17th. April 17th. In Atlanta. Wow. Well, we right here. And wow, look at that. And I think if I recall correctly, it was kidney failure, right? Or some sort of bodily situation. Man. So we got a lot to discuss today. First of all, of course, welcome to the Temple of Hip Hop. We'll get into our official introduction a little later on. But I'm just sitting here contemplating Black Rob. I mean, we just got over DMX last week, and then of course all through this week, mass shootings, more police craziness. People talking, but ain't nothing really getting done. This is also what we're talking about this week. We're going to be talking about law, and we're going to be talking about hip hop's place in law. We'll be talking about the police. We'll be talking about all of that subject today. But, you know, it's just, again, you know, before I really start, it's just something to think about when you think about taking care of yourself, you know, in that sense. And of course, you know, anybody can get sick. Anybody can, you know, be hurt or get into an accident or something. But to consciously take care of yourself is really the message I'd like to put out. You know, drink water, you know, drink that water. Man, you know, so, well, let me just get into some of what I'm dealing with here today. These are just a few announcements before we begin. First of all, let me shout out DJ Sun One here, Minister Sun One, who is just here blazing. Of course, Pascal, our producer, doing his thing over here. Simone is with us as well, the Acronologist. You'll see her in a few minutes. And of course, I am KRS-ONE. And, you know, well, here's the announcements. Let me start off with Hip Hop Appreciation Week. Those that are just joining us as well, Hip Hop Appreciation Week happens every third week in May. This May, Hip Hop Appreciation Week falls on May 17th to the 23rd, 2021. We are focusing and looking at peace. And what, you know, what an appropriate focus to be on, peace. Peace, you know, this is a major word in hip hop. Some of us get it and some of us just don't. And also, of course, rest in peace on that level as well. But the reason why we're looking at peace is because this particular Hip Hop Appreciation Week is the 20th anniversary of the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. The Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, of course, was announced and established May 16th, 2001. We went to the United Nations and declared hip hop an international culture of peace and prosperity. And in doing that, we had 300
other hip hoppers, journalists, people from around the world, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, corporations, city officials. 300 people got together to confirm that hip hop is indeed a culture itself, but that it is a culture of peace and prosperity. We were not caught up on what the radio or television or how we're being depicted in the media. We got everyone together to confirm. We know exactly what hip hop is and the difference between hip hop being depicted in mass media and what the culture actually is. So that was the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. And of course, Hip Hop Appreciation Week, May 16, 2001. And so we're coming up, I'm sorry. No, Hip Hop Appreciation Week of May 16th to 2001. Thank you. No, I'm talking about the one 20 years ago. 20 years ago, which was, and don't let me get these dates mixed up. I'm talking about May 16, 2001, which is the day we solidified and established hip hop, the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. But now it's 20 years. And now we're coming up on May 17th to the 23rd, 2021. That's 20 years. Every 10 years, we look at our document, and also we look at the history of hip hop as well every 10 years and upgrade our information, any errors. We do, we get rid of the errors. We just tighten and tighten and tighten our history and our existence as a culture in and of itself. So that's Hip Hop Appreciation Week. Again, May 17th to the 23rd, 2021. That's coming up. And of course, this is the Gospel of Hip Hop. This is our textbook. This is what we study from. We'll be studying from this today as well. There's a section in here called Down by Law that actually speaks to the very situation that's going on all around us today with the government, police misconduct, mass shootings, and so on. It's right in here. We're going to talk about this. But I bring this book to you because those that want to go even further with what I'm talking about in terms of Hip Hop Appreciation Week, go check out another section of this book called The Movement. Actually, it's called, well, you can check The Movement and Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. They follow each other here in this book to talk about why the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, who was there, blah, blah, and blah, blah. So that's the first announcement. Also, a few music announcements as well. I did a song with a guy called Waylon Jackson, called From the Woods, and it's a nice song actually. When you're doing these songs, you never know how they're really going to come out. But when I heard the finished product, I was really impressed. Waylon Jackson, and of course KRS-ONE. The song is called From the Woods. It's a one-off project. It's for his project, but I jumped on it. He called me. Actually, Zenaru hooked us up. Minister Zenaru hooked us up. So shout out to you, Zen, for making this happen, no doubt. And he hooked us up, and we finished the song. It comes out Friday the 23rd. Friday the 23rd. This song called From the Woods was shouting out, spitting raw to the people in the woods, those that are in rural and woody areas, basically savages, in the positive sense of the word. Those who study with us, we went over this. But we're talking about the woods and people who live amongst nature. Nice song. It's called From the Woods. Hakeem just dropped the song. Hakeem Green from the group Channel Live just dropped the song as well. It's called The Cipher. Myself and Hakeem got together, did this song. That too came out pretty nice. You might want to check that out as well. That's out right now. Sun One, the DJ Sun One, who was just here, turned himself back into an MC and put out an album project called Hip Hop Lives. Wow. Hip Hop Forever. Hip Hop Lives, of course, is my illustrious, my joint, but that's from years ago. Hip Hop Forever. Boom. Back. Oh, yeah, this is how we doing it. And so we were shooting a little bit of the video, came out nice, or it's coming out nice. We got more to shoot. Actually, we'll be shooting it tomorrow. Large portions of the album and the video, we're shooting it tomorrow. But that's Sun One. Make sure you check that project out as well. And it's doing pretty well, if I must say. Bandcamp is screaming right now, no doubt. So you may want to check out Sun One Project Hip Hop Forever. And that is what it is here at the Temple of Hip Hop. Y'all know what it is. In addition, G. Simone, the Acronologist, is here as well. Just finished up a 10-song. Well, actually, it's probably more than that, but we have the first 10 songs, an inspirational album she's putting forward. She got inspired by all that was going on. And Simone already had songs, you know, in this theme, but we was focused more on her dance music and more of the R&B stuff as well. So Simone just compiled her inspirational music, more the spiritual, the emotional stuff. She put that together, and we're going to be slinging that in a minute as well. We're mastering it and getting it together as well. Probably shoot a few videos as well. So that's G. Simone on that level. Go and make sure you keep your mind abreast. These are the projects that are coming out, that are out, will be out, etc. Coming straight from this institution right here. Streetlight, the DVD, has also come out last week. Last time I checked, about 20,000 people just popped on it. It was out for one day. I don't even know how many are there now, but the number keeps going up. People seem to like it, and I appreciate that as well. Those that haven't seen it, make sure you check it out. It's called Streetlight. It's a movie which takes 33,000 now. I love that 33 too, no doubt. 33,000 have already seen it, so you might be one of those who have already seen it. Those who haven't seen it is the reason why I'm actually shouting it out. It's called Streetlight. It's a movie we put together. All of us basically here put this movie together, and it talks about words, and it talks about the importance of words when you're looking at reality, when you're trying to figure out what's real, and these kinds of things. The words in which you speak have a lot to do with what you're going to see or what you're going to call reality. So you might want to take a look at Streetlight whenever you get a chance. Okay, those are our announcements. And let me get right into just the introduction to the lesson we're dealing with today. As you know, the Temple of Hip Hop is a hip hop preservation ministry, archive, school, and society. We approach hip hop and interpret hip hop as a divinely inspired culture of peace and prosperity. For us, rap is something we do, while hip hop is something we live. And it is the living of hip hop that reveal its cultural and its spiritual existence. For us, hip hop is not a music genre. Hip hop is the attitude, the behavior that causes us to rap or dance or do art, graffiti art in particular. For us, hip hop is the name of our collective consciousness. Make sure you get that. Not a music genre. Hip hop is the name of our collective consciousness. It is the name of our socio-political group in the world. Hip hop is what we are identified as in the world. We are unique and distinct. There is nothing like us in the world. And everyone knows this. Everyone knows or can know what hip hop actually is. When anyone hears the word hip hop, they relate such a word to us. That's the importance of me telling this to you. We are distinct and specific. And when anyone hears the word hip hop, they relate such a word to us. It's not like you say hip hop and it can mean 5 different things. When you say hip hop, you know exactly what that means. And the whole world knows this. Such a word is not mistaken for anything or anyone else except us and our activities. Hip hop, then, is the name of our humanity, and thus must always be given the respect of being a community of real people and not simply a music genre producing products to be bought and sold. We are not slaves, and we refuse to enslave our culture and our way of life by just approaching it as a job or something to sell. For those of us that actually live hip hop culturally, hip hop is not over there somewhere external of ourselves. We are not just doing hip hop, we are hip hop. Therefore, our strategy to preserve hip hop is to preserve the hip hopper. You get that? Our strategy to preserve hip hop is to preserve the hip hopper. The well-being of hip hop is promoted and protected through the well-being of the hip hopper. It is here that we realize our existence as a specific group of craftspeople and the responsibilities that come with such an existence. This is important to understand, because although we do agree that we should be preserving, Jam Master Jay's turntables or sneakers or the hat or the microphone held by Rakim or maybe a BDP jacket, the jackets we used to wear back in the days, maybe, the preservation of hip hop's actual artifacts, a rhyme book maybe from Method Man, these things are important to be preserved in a museum fashion. But we are a temple for hip hop. So for us, hip hop is not just its material items, it is us. So the preservation of hip hop begins with us. The preservation of hip hop begins with the preservation of the hip hopper. This is not about race, religion, or class, or ethnicity, or gender. This is about culture. This is about character. This is about principles. This, the Temple of Hip Hop, is about justice, inspiration, and love. Love for ourselves and others, inspiration toward ourselves and others, and of course, justice toward ourselves and others. This last part, justice toward ourselves and others, is the overall theme of our lesson today. This brings us to our teaching today, which is focused upon the events of our day, events that directly affect us. All this week, we have been hearing about not only one police shooting after another of Black people, but more mass shootings in general. A very violent week we're in this week. It is like the whole country is in not a cold war or a hot war, but a warm war. A warm civil war being waged by mostly white police officers against Black and brown U.S. citizens. And while we are fully aware that such police shootings of predominantly young Black and brown people are also being hyped and promoted to the public for commercial benefit, it is times like these that those that speak spiritually, or even college professors, but those of us that speak spiritually or philosophically, we can use these highly promoted events to teach some real life lessons. Clearly, these times call for real leadership, real teaching, not biased views, prejudice, or even out of control emotional reactions. Yes, the police, the courts, and the prison system itself have all targeted Black, brown, and red people. They've targeted us for enslavement, robbery, intimidation, and even murder since 1492 and 1619, and on to the birth of the United States itself with the invention of the U.S. Constitution in 1789. These are important dates: 1492, 1619, and 1789. This is how long we've been struggling for justice. This is how long the terrorism has been going on. This view may sound harsh, I know, or even irrational to some, but in truth, which is what we are interested in here today. But in truth, this is what imperialism and colonialism is all about. The so-called United States of America is a colonial founded nation built upon invasion, robbery, and enslavement. These are simply the celebrated facts. It is here in the midst of blatant injustice, government, corruption, incompetence, and really I want to say it's in the midst of these types of terrorist events that real learning can also occur. If you could put your emotions aside for a moment and really dig into the truth and the facts of what is going on, this is how real solutions are actually born. But who wants to really talk about the truth? I mean, really, You know, even what I'm reading here is harsh for some people to deal with. I see some people, you know, news anchors and even college professors that come on television, you know, they say, well, you know, you're making me out to be a racist and I'm not a racist. And it's like, yes, you are. Like, you know, you don't get it. Like, well, you're trying to bash America and you're not, you know, America's a great place. Well, yeah, okay, America's cool. But this place, if we're really serious about American citizenship, we're gonna have to look at the harsh facts. We're gonna have to look at the harsh reality of what's going on. And that's why the Temple of Hip Hop exists. You know, of course, there's others that are talking that harsh facts. I mean, let me shout out Dr. Cornel West, who was on CNN again with the right solution. You know, I'm not gonna get into him, but I'll just shout him out. Because the brother's on there talking about what really needs to go down, and it has to do with protection. It really points back to the Black Panther Party and all that they stood for. Probably time to bring that back up again. Well, this is just an introduction. We don't need to go to our logo. I'm just gonna, Simone, I'm just gonna call you to the lectern. To the podium. I call it a lectern. That's what this actually is a lectern. The podium is what you stand on in front of the lectern. We call this a podium, but it's actually called a lectern. So if I could just call you, Simone, to the lectern, come in and at least begin our lesson for today.
Hello, everyone. Thank you and welcome. Welcome back. I am the acronologist, G. Simone. I speak and teach through acronyms. Thank you again for being here. Let us take a moment of silence for all those who have lost their lives to gun violence in the last 7 days, and our hip hop brother, Black Rob. Silence.
Is it on?
It is.
No, the piece. The thing, the turn on.
Yes, it is. I'm not sure. Excuse us real quick. Technical difficulties.
The thing should be plugged in the center.
I think we have it. Well, thank you for that moment of silence. We are just trying to get organized. Okay, so this is this one right here, right? Okay, so excuse us for that. Thank you for that moment of silence. Silence. Sometimes I like expressing nothing, contemplating everything. Contemplation, the act of looking at something for a long time. We have been looking at people being killed by gun violence for a very, very long time. As we silently contemplate all the events we are experiencing in our lives, these events can be a toll on our spirits, on our hearts, leading to sadness and depression. People are hurting, even those who are smiling at you. Everyone's pain is real and should not be toyed with, judged, and or criticized, but it should be understood. It is to our advantage to understand all sides of a person, of a story, of an event. And the people, the story, and the events of the past week calls for a broader understanding. Sure, we can call it mass shootings, police misconduct, or just crime. But with a broader understanding, we can see that people are just emotionally unstable. Emotions. Every moment, our temper is offset, needing stability. Take a look at the diagram. Emotions. All of the emotions that we're experiencing, sometimes at once, sometimes all together, negative, positive, hate, shame, anger, sadness. These offset our stability to understand things holistically and not have the things happening that are happening right now. So with that, taking a look at how easily your emotions can be offset, we have to begin to stabilize all these emotions. And this is for a longer presentation, like Teacher said earlier, about emotions and character. But for today, we'll go on to how we can eliminate my old thoughts, inspiring optimistic new solutions. Emotions, EMOTIONS. And that would be that screen there where we still see surprise, disappointment, joy, optimism, but all of that together there. As we continue to discuss social justice and the history of policing in the United States, let us not forget the destruction of Black bodies has always been entertainment in white American culture. Lynchings, shootings, and burnings of Black people have always been money-making entertainment opportunities in and for white corporate culture. We can clearly see how various news channels that report on the injustices faced by the Black community today are constantly interrupted by commercials and sponsored ads. Movies, documentaries, talk shows, and other forms of white corporate capitalism, which describe Black misery and suffering, has always become commercially fashionable during times like these. Let us not be blinded by that blatant commercializing of Black misery and suffering. No matter how heartbroken white professionals and scholars appear to be or sound on television, there are still segments of white society that still love to gather for the entertaining destruction of Black bodies. In reference to this history of injustice, in 1916, a Waco mob beat, mutilized, hanged, and burned Jesse Washington before a cheering crowd of 10,000. W.E.B. Du Bois wrote, and I quote, "Any talk of triumph, Christianity, or the spread of human culture is idle twaddle so long as the Waco lynching is possible in the United States of America," end quote. Idle twaddle, that is all we hear from those in so-called power today. The daily commentary from government officials is in positions of social reform is how Black and brown human beings are being treated, as we're seeing every day on TV. That's all they are doing is just talking, talking, and talking. And that's all they've been doing is talking. Senators, judges, governors, presidents, and police chiefs continue to only talk while real Black people are dead in the street, largely caused by the policies they have created. Inspired to make a change in 1916, after hearing about all the lynchings that were going on in Texas, Loretta Holman Goodman from Dallas wrote a poem called "Question to the Mob." Oh, cruel mob, destroying crew, who gave the life of man to you? Why have you gathered, small and great, to murder more through sport and hate? Do you not feel the pangs of shame when on your heads is placed the blame? Oh, cruel mob, unpitying crew, who gave the life of man to you? Has heaven commanded you to take humans and burn them at the stake? Oh, cruel mob, think what you do. Who gave the life of man to you? Oh, fiends of earth, that God gave breath, why do you love the sound of death? What will you answer in judgment? Who will say God gave life to you? I am the Acronologist, G. Simone. This is the Temple of Hip Hop. We'll be right back.
Continuing with our moment of silence on that one. Who gave the life of man to you? And I just want to go back real quick on this one, where Simone was had this other piece up here. I just want to not breeze over this. This is the hip hop acronym that I see we still had up here. Healing is possible. And look at the image that we have for healing. Healing is possible, but hate oppresses people. Simple and plain. Let me hit you again with it. Healing is possible, but hate oppresses people. This is what we're dealing with here today. Let me walk over to the screen real quick and just get myself together. Simone, that was excellent. Absolutely excellent. Who gave the life of man to you? That is the question that we're dealing with today. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit here about police. We're going to get into what is, before we start talking about, what's going on this week, I always like to bring up a little etymology on what we are actually talking about. You notice it's a philosophical school. So let's begin with the compact edition of the Oxford English Dictionary. Those that study with us, you already know how we do. We take you right to the word, and so that we're all clear as to what it is we're talking about here. This is the definition of police in the Oxford English Dictionary, and we start here. And what I want to point out here is, I'll point it, it says police, okay? Organized government. Civil administration, police. What I want to point out here is policy, okay? The word police comes from the word polity, which is the public, and policy. So as we talk about, we got to reform the police. They need better training and this, that, and the other. Realize what the police actually is. This is a wing of government. This is the public policy. The way in which police act, they are trained to act like this. They are trained as if somebody gave our lives to them. Who gave the life of man to you? Well, where does this come from? Where does the concept of another human having the right over my life? Where does that come from? Well, it comes from colonial and imperial cultures, or not even, I can even say cultures, but groups of people that feel as though that they can actually own you. This is police, okay? Policy. This is where the word police begins. It's a policy. It is a state policy. This is how police are being trained to act. So there's no, we got to change the police. We got to, all this talk about training. They've already been trained. This is the policy. This is what they are told that they can do. And of course, when you get to the courts, it's backed up, because the courts will say, well, this is what the police can do. They can kill you. They can rob you. They can curse at you. They can disrespect and humiliate you. This is public policy. Down here, you'll see at the bottom here, civil organization, civilization even. And of course, this word is not used in the sense civilization the way we know it. Civilization being an advanced stage in social development, meaning the interaction between human beings toward one another. When we act in advanced manners, we are civilized. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about civilizing a people to their rules, forming and ordering a people, controlling people to what their ordinances and what their rules are. So this is just the etymology of the word police. Let me give you a little more. This is 3. And what I want to point out here is that, just for those that just came in with us, for those that are newly studying with us, remember that every time you look at the Oxford English Dictionary here, just bring me in. Yes, this part right here, you'll notice that there's a cross in front of the one here. Anytime you see cross, or you see OBS, that means obsolete, meaning that they're not using this definition anymore, but it's still there because it was the original definition. So that's why I put it up here as well. Now you'll notice definition 1 of police is obsolete. This is policy, when that's all police meant was policy. Now it's not that policy is obsolete. This still meaning goes on today. I'm going to show you that later on. But originally the word police, not the police officer, not police powers, the word police is policy, public policy. Any kind of public policy is called police. And now you see the cross here, and you'll see down here as well on 2, there's another cross on 2. So the definition of police 1 and 2 are now obsolete. We're not civilizing you anymore. And it's not just, the word is not just about policy and civilizing and organizing people anymore. Now we get to 3. 3, the third definition, you can see there's no cross. This is what police now begin to be. And here's a little etymology on the word police. 3, the regulation, discipline, and control. You see the word control there? The regulation, discipline, and control of a community. Civil administration, enforcement of law, public order. Okay? This is what the police are. The regulation, discipline, and control of a community. They didn't say their community. They didn't say, rich people community, just a community. Anybody coming in to regulate, discipline, and control a community is the police. In other words, Christopher Columbus was the police. And so let me just read to you here the etymology of the word police real quick. Here's the history of the word. The early quotations refer to France, and France because France was a colonizing force in England. France invaded England and colonized the English people. The early quotations refer to France and other foreign countries, and to Scotland, where commissioners of police for the general internal administration of the country, consisting of 6 noblemen and 4 gentlemen. And I'm not, you can look that up later, but just take a look at it, okay? 6 noblemen and 4 gentlemen, whatever that means, were appointed by Queen Anne on the 13th of December, 1714. This is when the police come into existence in England. The case was in England, okay? And then notice 1714. So before 1714, there were no real police in the United States, okay? There were no real police in the colonies, okay? There were, but I'm going to show you who they were later on. But in terms of the official idea of the police, it starts with Queen Anne on December 13th, 1714. This was applicable, the first official use of the word in Great Britain. In England, it was still viewed with disfavor after 1760. Now, you stop here for a minute because the reason, look at the time, from 1714 to 1760 in England, the police of Queen Anne were basically doing the same things, even worse, really, that the police are doing today. They were doing the same things to the English people. This is no, of course, there were Africans in England at the time and so on, but this is mostly a white population. So what I want to show you here is that this is not so much about race. This is about power, okay? The police start off harassing English people, British people, the poor, the undesirables, and of course the criminals. But criminals will say, no, oh, I'm a criminal, I'm stealing, I'm trying to get away from the police. But that's not what they were doing. These police that were put together by Queen Anne, you notice from 1714,
to 1760, they lose their respect. They lose their respect. And so it says in England, it was still viewed with disfavor after 1760. A writer in the British magazine, April 1763, page 542, opinions, it should be opinions, but I'm reading an older version of English here, opines, which is his opinion, that from the aversion to the French, okay, because the French were the first ones coming in with this concept of police. It wasn't even called police, it was just their policy over the colonized English people. So they're saying here that from the aversion to the French, English people hated these people over them, the French, and something under the name of police being already established in Scotland, English prejudice will not soon be reconciled to it. So they're saying there was something like the police already in Scotland, so you get Scotland Yard and all this stuff. This was established by the French, who were the colonists over the English. And they said the English, because they didn't like these cops, these police, the police started to get a bad name for themselves right here in the 1700s, okay? It says the name commissioners of police or police commission was in the 19th century given to the local bodies having control of the police force in the boroughs. They say boroughs here, but in the boroughs and police boroughs in Scotland. So this is your quick etymology on the word police, where it comes from, how it comes into American existence. Of course, you know America was originally a colony of the English. The English, after being colonized by the French, went out and did that same thing to the indigenous people of this land. So they basically came in the same way. Here's a fourth part. Now we're getting deeper now into what police, we're getting closer to what police have become to us. Here's a fourth definition from the Oxford English Dictionary. And again, these are British definitions. I'm starting with Britain because not only for the etymology of it, but this is where it begins, really. This is where the concept of policing begins. It comes out of the French, colonizing the English, then the English and the Spanish, colonizing the indigenous people of the United States. And then they start to organize this group of bandits, basically, and start to call them police or try to give them some kind of moral authority. Here's four. The Department of Government, this is police. What is police? The Department of Government, okay, which is concerned with the maintenance of public order and safety. This is when we're starting to get around us now. And the enforcement of the law, the extent of its functions varying greatly in different countries and at different periods. That's that last part. It's so crazy. It said the extent of its functions varying greatly in different countries and at different periods. So again, I just want to point out two things with this definition. One is that the police are the government. Okay, so we asking President Biden and Vice President Harris to reform the police. They are the police. You're not asking the government to reform its own policies against you. This is what the issue is. What is the police? A department of government. A policy of government, which is concerned with the maintenance of public order and safety. Safety. The police supposed to be there to make you safe. They're not supposed to be pulling you over and doing all this craziness. They're just there to make you safe. Okay? Let's move forward. Here's number 5. This is the 5th definition of police, the original definitions from the Oxford English Dictionary. The civil force to which is entrusted the duty of maintaining public order, enforcing regulations for the prevention and punishment of breaches of the law, and detecting crime.
construed as plural, the members of a police force, the constabulary of a locality, the constable, the judges of a locality, the judges over local people. So here we have number 5 is now even closer to what we're dealing with in the United States in terms of what police are. Again, I'll read number 5 to you one more time. The civil force to which is entrusted the duty of maintaining public order. This is the first part of the police. That's what they're supposed to be doing. Maintaining public order. Enforcing regulations. Now that's where it starts to get crazy. Okay, how do you enforce a regulation? There's some physical, there's some violence that comes in here when you start enforcing regulations. It says nothing here about teaching regulations. It says nothing here about inspiring regulations. It says nothing here about anything other than enforcing regulations. And this is where the violence is coming in now. They have the authority to enforce, make you do what colonial regulations is telling you to do. And they say they are enforcing regulations for the prevention and punishment of breaches of the law. Okay, prevention, they're trying to, so look how twisted this gets. I'm enforcing regulations for the prevention of breaches in law. The prevention, so what is the prevention? I think you're going to do something wrong. So I have the authority to run up on you and try to prevent what I think you're going to do. You didn't do it yet, but I have the authority to prevent crime. Okay, so the prevention and punishment of breaches. Now the punishment, of course, could be right up to me shooting you in the back. I'm a police officer. I saw you do the crime. I can punish you right there on the spot. It says nothing here about trial, about law, about going to court, about none of that. The police are charged with, if they see you doing crime, they can administer justice right there. Not even justice, they can administer violence right there. They can enforce the regulations right there. They can punish you anywhere in the street before you even get to a court. This is what the police are all about. Okay, prevention and punishment for the breaches of the law and detecting crime, detecting it. This word detecting is very important. I detect, what do you detect? You didn't see me do anything. But you can say, I think you're going to. And so I can punish you for what I think you're going to do. So be clear, because, George Floyd's trial, Chauvin's trial, George Floyd, the victim, this is what he was up against. Okay, they was able to punish him right there because of what they felt was a crime. He's passing a counterfeit 20 so he could kill you. This is what it is. And I point it out because we in the public that says, this guy, he's killing the guy in the middle of the street. But when you really go to the law, this is what they read. This is what the jury gets told. Here's what the police are. Here's what the police can do. Now, once you read this, there's no justice for anybody that's going to be killed by the police, robbed by the police, humiliated by the police. There's nothing. They have the authority to do it. And the authority comes from the government itself. So there's no retraining the police. In fact, the police are not even to blame for their actions. They are trained to those actions. Let's go forward. Here's 5B, okay, getting a little closer. This is 5, but here's B, a subsection of definition 5. B, any body of men. Did you see that? Any body of men, okay, officially instituted or employed to keep order, enforce regulations, or maintain a political or ecclesiastical system. Ecclesiastical system, meaning church, okay? So any body of men that have been employed by either a political body or a political system or a church system, a religious system, is also the police. So take a look at what the police really are. They're a body of people who have been paid by a corporation, by a government of some sort, by a church or some other temple, mosque, whatever. Anybody who gets together to enforce regulations is the police. Okay, here's the Black's Law Dictionary. We're going to take a look at this. We're leaving the Oxford English because we just looked at the etymology and the definition of police. Here now is Black's Law Dictionary. We have to look at this because now we're coming into the United States and we're now going to see what police are in the United States. Coming from Britain, the basic foundation coming from Britain, now we open up the book. Police. The function of that branch of the administrative machinery of government, which is charged with the preservation of public order and tranquility. Now, it's a little broader here. The promotion of the public health, safety, and morals, and the prevention, detection, and punishment of crime. Let's read that one more time. There's a few key words in here. This is now American policing. This is supposed to be a better form of policing than what we was getting in Britain, where it was just any old group of people, a gang basically, who had the government's permission or the church's permission to run up on you because they think you're going to do a crime. Or you did a crime and this other group of people have the right to punish you because of the crime. And what would be the crime? The crime is going against a regulation. What is the regulation? Colonial, imperial rules over you, or the church, same thing really, rules over you. Anytime you break the colonial rule or the church's rule, which are really the same things, this group of men have the authority to abuse you. But let's read this one more time. Police, from the Black's Law Dictionary, at least the first definition. The function of that branch of the administrative machinery of government, which is charged with the preservation of public order and tranquility. That's an interesting word. Tranquility. The promotion of the public health. Public health, okay? Safety and morals, and the preservation, detection, and punishment of crimes. We went over this last one. Yeah? Prevention, sorry. I'm reading too fast. And the prevention, detection, and punishment of crimes. Thank you for that, someone. But we ran over that already. Let me come back over here to this piece, which says, is charged with the preservation of public order and tranquility. The promotion, this is a key word, promotion of the public health, its safety, and its morals. Now, this is where the police today are delinquent. Because shooting U.S. citizens in the street is not the promotion of public health, nor is it the preservation of tranquility. Tranquility is peace. Okay? No, we're not getting that. We're not getting peace. We're not, they used to call the police the justice of the peace, a peacekeeping force. Well, we are far from that now. Nobody, well, I can't say nobody, but very few black people feel tranquil around the police. Very few black people can get peace around the police. And just look at this part right here. The promotion of public health. The promotion of public health. This is where the police become delinquent right now because, again, choking, shooting, punching people, this is not the promotion of public health at all. Public health. It's not the promotion of public health. Safety, public safety. No, the police are the ones that make you unsafe now. And of course, morals. Morals, we're way past that right now. But I'm actually showing you, this is the official definition of police. And this is the definition of police as a word. Okay, this is the definition of police as a word. This is what police is supposed to mean. It is a function. Okay, this is what the police function is. It's a branch of government that's supposed to be doing all it is. Here's police, more toward what the police officer is about. But it's still not there. This is still the word police, but this is now police as the group of people. What is the police now as this group of people? It is a branch of the government. I have to keep pointing that out because we're crying to government, saying, oh, you should do something. Why can't the government do anything? Because it's the government doing this to you. So here it is, a branch of the government which is charged with the preservation of public order and tranquility, the promotion of the public health, safety, and morals, and the prevention, detection, and punishment of crimes. And you see where that came from. It came from the first definition I just laid out, and then it came from going back to Britain, and so on. This is the basics of it. And you keep seeing this word public health, safety, and morals. Moving forward, here's police officer. Let's read it together. One of the staff of men employed in cities and towns to enforce the municipal laws and ordinances for preserving the peace, safety, and good order of the community. Also called policeman or policewoman, patrolman or patrolwoman. Now, take a look at that real quick. Take a look at what we're looking at here, okay? This is basically the same definitions that I've been reading. I'm bringing you to three definitions within the Black's Law Dictionary, okay? What is a police officer? One of the staff of men employed in cities and towns to enforce municipal laws and ordinances for preservation of peace, safety, and good order of the community. That's all the police is supposed to be doing. That's what they're supposed to be doing. But because these definitions are so loose, you know, before I showed you, before it was, they're also supposed to be detecting crime, punishing crime. No judge, no jury. The police themselves can punish crime right in the street. But here's police officer, so that we know what we're talking about. Moving forward, here's police power. Now, all of this is from the Black's Law Dictionary, 5th edition. Let's read police power. This is what the police power actually is. An authority conferred by the American constitutional system in the 10th Amendment. We're going to look at that and what that means. U.S. Constitution upon the individual states and, in turn, delegated to local governments, through which they are enabled to establish a special department of police, adopt such laws and regulations as tend to prevent the commission of fraud and crime. This is a new one now. Here's police powers to prevent the commission of fraud and crime and secure generally the comfort, new word, comfort, safety, morals, health, and new word, prosperity of its citizens by preserving the public order, preventing a conflict of rights in the common intercourse of the citizens, and ensuring to each an uninterrupted enjoyment of all the privileges conferred upon him or her by the general laws. So what does this really mean? This means here, now we got new words here. We got comfort, okay, we got prosperity. The cops are supposed to be protecting your comfort, supposed to be protecting your prosperity. And this last part is very important. We're going to get into this real quick. This first piece about the 10th Amendment of the Constitution and this last piece. Let me go through the last piece real quick. This last piece right here where it says, preventing a conflict of rights in the common intercourse of the citizens and ensuring to each and uninterrupted enjoyment of all the privileges conferred upon him or her by the general laws. Now that means that, I have a right, SIMONE has a right, Pascal has a right, Simone has a right, you have a right to be free, to enjoy your property. Now, if say someone has the right to enjoy his property, and I, another citizen that has the same rights, I come to SIMONE and I take his property from him. He appeals to the police. He's not supposed to pull his gun and shoot me on the spot. He's supposed to appeal to the police. And the police are the ones who are supposed to come and say, you have your right to property. You can't take his right. The police are supposed to be there to make sure that we as citizens don't violate each other's rights. They're not just there to put laws and ordinances on you. They're also there to make sure that your right as a citizen is not breached by other citizens. So if you understand that, move over now to the 10th Amendment. I want you to look at this because it says here, police power and authority conferred by the American constitutional system in the 10th Amendment, U.S. Constitution. Now, most people will look at that and say, wow, police get their power from the U.S. Constitution. No, they don't. Here's the 10th Amendment right here, Amendment 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. Now, what does that mean? That means that when the Constitution was written, it had all of its laws in it, and its amendments, Bill of Rights. It had all of that in it. And this says anything that's not in the Constitution, any rights that are not conferred in the Constitution, those rights revert back to the states or to the people. And in fact, the state is the people. So whatever is not in the Constitution, the states have the right to have that, control that, create that. They're not prohibited by the U.S. Constitution because it's not in the Constitution. In this instance, police are not in the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. Constitution never said police. we some sort of amendment said we need police. No, it never said that. What it actually said was every citizen has the right to protect themselves. Second Amendment rights. That's that whole argument. Okay, so the 10th Amendment, let me go back here real quick. What police powers are referring to when it says an authority conferred by the American constitutional system in the 10th Amendment, what they mean is police and policing is not in the Constitution, so that concept reverts back to the states. So the states get to create a police. The state government is where police powers are coming from. Now, of course, I'll get into it right after this about how the federal government gets involved, because the federal government is all about the Constitution. But the Constitution says whatever is not in the Constitution, the states have the right to regulate that, or the people of the states have those rights, okay? So when you look at that, now this is continuing this is the continuation of police powers. Keep what I just said in mind, okay? They get their powers from the 10th Amendment. And what's the power of the 10th Amendment? The fact that the police are not in the Constitution, so the states get the opportunity to create their own police forces. Let's read. The power of the state to place restraints on the personal freedom and property rights of persons for the protection of the public safety, health, and morals, or the promotion of the public convenience and general prosperity. This is what police powers are. I'll read that sentence one more time. Police powers. The power of the state to place restraints on the personal freedom. Now, this is where the states, this is called states' rights. This is where the state and the federal government become at war with each other. Okay, this is what it is. The federal government says, here's the U.S. Constitution. We want domestic tranquility. You're supposed to be good. Ain't nobody supposed to be in your house. Ain't nobody supposed to be in your pocket. Ain't nobody supposed to be killing you and all of that stuff. But because police are not mentioned specifically in the Constitution, the states get to place restraints on your federal rights. They get to say, well, let me read it. Place restraints on the personal freedom and property rights of persons for the protection of the public safety, health, and morals, or the promotion of the public convenience and general prosperity. Reading on. The police power is subject to limitations of the federal and state constitutions. Okay, so police powers do come under the federal, which is the U.S. Constitution, and state constitutions, and especially to the requirement of due process, which is the courts. So they do come under that, okay? Police power is the exercise of the sovereign right of a government to promote order, safety, health, morals, and general welfare within constitutional limits, and is an essential attribute of government. Now, this word government doesn't always mean federal government. Government is any body of people who are willing to unite and enforce their laws. That's government. Anybody who's willing to unite and enforce state laws, they become a government. Anybody willing to unite and control a population, that's called government. And we stop here for a hot minute. I'm going to get into this a little later on. But you can see right here that when hip-hop matures to the level of uniting around its own laws, we become a government. When we unite around our own ordinances, our own laws, our own morals, when we unite around that, then we become a government unto ourselves. And the enforcement of our own laws that we put on ourselves, the enforcement of that is the power of the police. Now, let's go a little further with this, because as you can see, I'm bringing this up. This is the second paragraph. I got a third paragraph to read to you. This piece right here shows you the interchanging, the liquidness, the fluidity of the police. First, they say police power comes from the 10th Amendment. And we just talked about what that means. Police ain't in the Constitution, so the states get to do that. But then they say, but it is because the states are under the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. Constitution actually governs it's the law of the land. It governs all the laws of the land. But each state has its own little laws, its own constitution, which is supposed to be in line with the U.S. Constitution. This is why sometimes the states do stuff and it's ruled unconstitutional. So the states get to do stuff. They get to make their own laws. They get to treat you any way they want. But if it oversteps the U.S. Constitution, then the Supreme Court says, no, you can't do that. So you can see how fluid it gets, okay? How fluid it gets. We're supposed to be under the U.S. Constitution, but police ain't in the Constitution. So that goes back to the states. This is why we're crying out to Biden and Harris, but they really don't have the power to do anything. Go forward. This is now another piece on looking at police power. The police of a state, in a comprehensive sense, and this is where the lawyers start dissing, okay? The police in a state, in a comprehensive sense, embraces its whole system of internal regulation, by which the state seeks not only the preservation, not only to preserve the public order and to prevent offenses against the state, but also to establish for the intercourse of citizen with citizen those rules of good manners and good neighborhood, which are calculated to prevent a conflict of rights and to ensure to each the uninterrupted enjoyment of his own rights, as it says, of his own, so far as is reasonably consistent with a like enjoyment of rights by others. Again, you can enjoy your freedom, but when your freedom impedes upon another citizen's freedom, that's when the police step in. You're free, but to an extent. You can enjoy your prosperity, but within limits. So those limits are, I am free to do whatever I want to do. And every citizen is free to do what they want to do. But the police are there to make sure that what I think is freedom to do what I want to do doesn't impede upon somebody else's freedom. And you can see right here how much of the law is interpretive. You know, if somebody says, this is my freedom, like for instance, I would argue that advertising sugary drinks to young people is the freedom of a corporate executive. Somebody selling, you know, some sugary drink, sodas, some sort of fruit juice, something. They're selling a sugary drink. That's your freedom. You have the freedom to make something and sell it. That's your freedom. But that drink has proven, it's scientifically, medically proven to bring illness to the body, whether it's diabetes, whether it's heart disease, whether it's kidney failure, whatever it is. It's proven that your freedom is impeding upon the life of other U.S. citizens. But there's no police to come in between the corporation selling you stuff and the damage that its products do to another U.S. citizen. There's no police for that. There's no corporate police. There's only the corporations who pay the police to make sure you don't steal their stuff. So you can see, that's just one example. You can multiply that example by a lot of things. Think about the freedoms that people have, the freedoms that Americans have. And you can do whatever you want in America, but when I can do whatever I want impedes upon another citizen, that's when the cops are supposed to step in. And they're supposed to know the law. They're supposed to say, no, you have your freedom, we respect your freedom, but your freedom is killing these people. Your freedom is sending these people to the hospital. Your freedom is taking the freedom of somebody else. Another example, relevant to this week. So the CEOs of gun manufacturing CEOs, they have the right to make guns and sell them. But it is now apparent that the amount of guns in the society, and in a society that appears to be either having mental problems or just immature or untrained with their weapons, in a society that doesn't have the ability to have a weapon, there should be a policing of your firearm. You have the right to sell a firearm, no doubt. But this product that you're making is literally killing people. You're literally this product is impeding upon the freedoms of other people. And so the police are supposed to step in and say, yo, you can't make these guns like this. That's why we're talking about, gun reform and this kind of thing. And we're going to get into why they can't fix this now. It's all twisted. It's all twisted up. There really is no law, is what the real issue is. America is a place of freedom. It's not a place of law. If there was real laws, then this would be on it on a whole lot of levels. What you do is impeding on the freedom of somebody else. And what gun manufacturers will say is, I sold them the gun. I didn't impede on their freedom. It's not my fault that they took the gun and killed 2 people, 3 people, 10 people. It's not my fault. I sold him the gun. That's it. Now, the law would say, no, the person who has the gun and committed the crime, you impeded upon the freedom of other people, so we're coming after you. But this is why gun reform is so hard to deal with, because there should be a police force in between the corporations and the people. But there isn't. So let's read on. It is true that the legislation which secures to all protection, to all, let me read it again. It is true that the legislation which secures to all protection in their rights and the equal use and enjoyment of their property embraces an almost infinite variety of subjects. You see, that's what I was just talking about. To try to do this, to try to get this actually done, everything is this. Let me hit you with it again. They're trying to say here that the legislation which secures to all protection in their rights and the equal use and enjoyment of their property embraces an almost infinite, variety of subjects. Because freedom is what we're dealing with here. Freedom, I'm free to do whatever I want until your freedom impedes on another person's freedom. So it becomes an infinite amount of subjects on that. Every day you'll be stopping a citizen because what they think is free for them to do is harming somebody else. And also take a look at the mentality of the society in which we're dealing with. You're free, but you're not mentally mature enough to conduct yourself where you enjoy your freedoms, but you're not going to impede on somebody else. But we're not living in a mature society like that. We're not really living in a real civilization. We're living in some technological colonial society that can't even rise to this level. So we need police officers to make sure one citizen doesn't harm another citizen with the rights that are given to them by government. Continuing. Whatever affects the peace, good order, morals, and health of the community comes within its scope, and everyone must use and enjoy his property subject to the restrictions which such legislation imposes. What is termed the police power of the state, and notice how every time they say that, they point to the state. What is termed the police power of the state, which, from the language often used respecting it, one would suppose to be an undefined and irresponsible element in government, can only interfere with the conduct of individuals in their intercourse with each other and in the use of their property so far as may be required to secure these objects. This last line here reiterates again that police power is only supposed to be separating citizens from citizens in respect to how they are conducting their freedom. But it says right here in the Black's Law Dictionary, it says one would suppose to be this police power, one would suppose it is an undefined and irresponsible element in government. This is in the law. Okay? An undefined or irresponsible element in government which can only interfere with the conduct of individuals, so on and so on. Like, they know that this can be taken out of context. This is not clearly defined. This is not really a standard that we can all stand upon. That's not what this is. This is a loose, fluid, very opinionated kind of thing. This dude here is one of the early police. I got his face up here because this is, I'll just read this down here for you. A Bow Street runner, this is what he was called. This is one of the early police in Britain. A Bow Street runner, described as Mr. Townsend, police officer, Bow Street. A force of men responsible for law and order in the 18th century. They were nicknamed Robin Redbreasts after their distinctive red waistcoat. So this here, this waistcoat here he has was red. This is a black and white picture. But I want to show you These are the types of men that united themselves and said, we are going to enforce these laws. And we're going to enforce them on behalf of the queen or whoever, the church, a business, whoever. Look at what they look like. These are average dudes right here. And I also want to point out to you, as we begin to come up on our first break, I want to point out to you that again, when hip hop unites, this is what it means to unite. We're not trying to become a government that's going to brutalize and try to control its people. We already went through that, so we don't want it. But the idea of uniting around a body of rules for yourself is what not only protects you from other people putting rules on you, but it also orders you up into a government unto yourself. So when other people break your rules, you have the right to go get them. If you could outgun them, go get them and lock them into your prison because they broke your rules. But as long as we remain a community that don't even have rules unto ourselves, then all these foreign entities that have already united around rules for themselves, they get to impose those rules on us. Anybody who don't have rules for themselves, these colonial imperial governments are coming in and putting rules on you. And when you break their rules, they're coming in with these type of dudes right here. Last part, well, not last part, but let me just get you ready for coming up on the end of this particular lesson. Let me read this very quickly with you. As we have seen, the term police refers to that branch of government which is charged with the preservation of public order and tranquility, the promotion of the public health, safety, and morals, and the preservation, detection, and punishment of crimes. The modern-day police force, as we know of it today, is said to have started in Boston in 1838. This is the modern police force, American modern police force. The modern-day police force, as we know of it today, is said to have started in Boston in 1838 to protect white colonial property and the transport of their goods from the port of Boston to other places. But the real origins of the modern-day police force dates back to the 1700s when white patrol groups were created to terrorize Africans in America into slavery and to prevent the escape of Africans attempting to get free. This is the truth. Here's a flyer that was put together in 1851. Let me just read this flyer to you and we'll go into our first break. Caution, colored people of Boston. One, colored people of Boston, one and all, you are hereby respectfully cautioned and advised to avoid conversing with the watchmen and police officers of Boston. And let me also point out here that this is written by white people. Okay, this is not black people and Native Americans. Now, of course, black people and Native Americans were with this. Free blacks and abolitionists, they were definitely part of this. But this is a full community, a multicultural community, multiracial community that's against slavery and against capturing and kidnapping people. White people were part of this. Black people were part of this. Native Americans were part of this. Chinese were part of this. Anybody who was against the kidnapping of people and enslaving them, working them as slaves in that instance, this is who was part of this. So imagine this is going out to the majority of Boston. Okay, the ones who are catching you, they're not the majority. The police was not the majority. They're just a group that was working for slavers. Let me continue reading. So, for since the recent order of the mayor and aldermen, they are empowered to act as kidnappers and slave catchers. Notice how they separated kidnappers and slave catchers. Not just slave catchers, kidnap. That's where slavery begins. to act as kidnappers. And they said the mayor and the aldermen, they are empowered to act as kidnappers and slave catchers. And they have already been actually employed in kidnapping, catching, and keeping slaves. Therefore, if you value your liberty and the welfare of the fugitives among you, shun them in every possible manner, as so many hounds on the track of the most unfortunate of your race. Now imagine, this is written about all Native Americans, black folk, white folk, all are being kidnapped and enslaved, okay? Everybody. And the mayor and the aldermen were given this authority in Boston. Don't think slavery was only in the South. This is Boston, okay? And this is where the first police that we know of today begins. It begins right here. This is where it begins. The Fugitive Slave Act was what it was called that gave them this power. Okay? It says, keep a sharp lookout. And this is the part I love right here. This is the part I love. Blow this up on the screen so they can see. Keep a sharp lookout for kidnappers and have top eye open. Let me hit you with that one more time. Keep a sharp lookout for kidnappers and have top eye open. Okay, and that top eye deals with your third eye. Have your spirit eye open. Have your moral eye open. Have your senses alert. These are the people who are writing this. They're saying have your top eye open. We would say have your third eye open. You know, and that deals with morals, it deals with a certain character. That's what we're dealing with here. So it is here that we must ask, if slavery was abolished, why was the means for enforcing slavery not abolished? Bring that up on the screen for them so you can see it. It is here that we must ask, if slavery was abolished, why was the means for enforcing slavery not abolished? This is what abolish the police really means. If slavery was truly abolished, why does the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution have the word except in it? 13th Amendment 13, Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. And this is a key word. Remember, the U.S. Constitution, every word of the Constitution is important. This is law. Every word is important. So I question this part right here that says, most people question this top part. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime. And who's making that exception? The local cop on the street who thinks that you are doing a crime. Okay, punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. We think that's duly convicted in court. No, as we just saw, conviction it rests with the police. Shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. This should be its jurisdiction. Why does it say or any place subject to their jurisdiction? That means the United States is not a it, it's a people. It's a people. Okay, and most people just lump it and say, we the people. No, the United States is a specific group of colonies. Remember what the states are, they're colonies. The United Colonies is what this should be called. But they changed colony to state. And now you have the United States. It's really a united group of colonies, 13 colonies united. And that's what they call themselves, states. They are the ones that are putting the ordinances down, and it says, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. That's any place the United States has jurisdiction over. That's a lot of places in the world, including many places in Europe, starting with Germany. Move over to Japan. Anywhere America won a war, it has jurisdiction over. So this word is something really important to look at when you look at, you calling yourself an American citizen, or that you got some rights. Take a look at what the 13th Amendment actually says. And while you're contemplating that, I'll be back in a minute. We're going to talk a little deeper about what, now that you've seen this, what the police actually are. What are some of the solutions? How should we be thinking about this situation that we find ourselves in? The police are supposed to be making sure that we are not infringing upon each other's rights. That has nothing to do with pulling you over for registration or your insurance ain't right. That's not confirmed. That's violation of corporate rights. That's not in any individual rights. I'm not impeding on no individual because of traffic laws. So I want you to think about that for a minute. We'll be right back. I am KRS-ONE. This is the Temple of Hip Hop. We'll be right back.
All brothers died of an overdose. Yes, Lord. An overdose of black misery. Listen.
When they arrest a black man, they need 30 cops or more. Well, now, when they arrest a black man, they need 30 cops or more. Well, now, hey, if you a black herb smuggler, they will watch you by the hour. Listen. It only means that if you have more money, then you have more power. Listen. They will come in the night. Listen. And they will read you your rights. Listen. There is no need to fight. Listen. If you're black, there is no need to fight. But when them come to arrest a black man, they need 30 cops or more. Well, now, when they arrest a black man, they need 30 cops or more. Well, now, hey. Years ago, a black man couldn't be a cop. They could only be great dancers. Listen. When the whole police department was white, justice was the Black Panthers. Listen. We've been robbed of our religion, our government and social position. Listen. And you won't see no quick solution until you see the black revolution. But when them come to arrest a black man, they need 30 cops or more. Well, now, when they arrest a black man, they need 30 cops or more. Well, now, hey,
He's gonna get across the border before we can catch up. Just like these are all feet on his black ass, he's dead.
illegal business controls America. One afternoon around 11 o'clock, it was freezing cold. He was standing on the block, selling Chiba, mixing dimes, saying a rhyme just to pass the time. The cops passed by, but he stayed calm because the leather trench coat was keeping him warm. But this time they walked by real slowly. He thought to himself, they look like they know me. They drove away, but he didn't stay. He jumped in the cab and he paid his tab. But guess who he saw when he hit the block? It was the same cop car, the same two cops. They jumped out quick. They pulled the gun. They said, don't try to fight and don't try to run. Cooperate and we will be your friend. Non-cooperation will be your end. He jumped in the car and while they rode, they ran down the list of things he owed. They said, you owe us some money, you owe us some product. Cause you be right in the river tied up. He thought for a second and he said, what is this? You want me to pay you to stay in business? They said, that's right, or you go to prison. Cause nobody out there is really gonna listen to a hood. So he said, good, I'll pay you off for the whole neighborhood. Because cocaine business controls America. Ganja business controls America. KRS-ONE comes to start some hysteria. Illegal business controls America. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. Stand clear, done man attack. You can't stand where I stand.
you can't walk where I walk. Watch out, we run New York. Policeman come, we bust them off the park. I know this for a fact. You don't like how I act. You claim I'm selling crack, but you be doing that. I'd rather say see ya, cause I would never be ya. Be your officer, your wicked overseer. Your hot shot wanna get props and be a savior. First show a little respect, change your behavior, change your attitude, change your plan. There could never really be justice on stolen land. Are you really for peace and equality? Or with my card hooked up, you know you wanna follow me. Your laws are minimal, cause you won't even think about looking at the real criminal. This has got to cease, cause we be getting hyped to the sound of the police. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. Fire! Come down fast. You were put here to protect us, but who protects us from you? Every time you say that's illegal, doesn't mean that that's true. Your authorities never question. No one questions you. If I hit you, I'll be killed. When you hit me, I can sue. Looking through my history book, I watched you as you grew. Killing blacks and calling it the law, and worshiping Jesus too. There was a time when a black man couldn't be down with your crew. Now you want all the help you can get. Scared? Well, ain't that true? You were put here to protect us, but who protects us from you? Or should I say, who are you protecting? The rich, the poor? Who? It seems that when you walk the ghetto, you walk with your own point of view. Look at that. You judge a man by the car he drives, or if his hat matches his shoe. Yo, you looking kind of fresh. Back in the days of Sherlock Holmes, a man was judged by a clue. Now he's judged by if he's Spanish, black, Italian, or Jew. So do not kick my door down and tie me up while my wife cooks the stew. Cause you were put here to protect us, but who protects us from you?
Whoa! What a selection that was. And of course, that's off the Ghetto Music album, 1989. Wow. You were put here to protect us, but who protects us from you? That is the actual question that has never really been answered. And what you just saw in our other half of this presentation is we went over what policing is and what it's supposed to be, and what is the situation. What exactly is the situation we're in? The situation we're in is that police are really a gang. I mean, I say this respectfully as I can, but as we just pointed out in the etymology of the word police, we looked at the Black's Law Dictionary, and that, by the way, I have to say this because I know when I first saw Black's Law Dictionary, I thought that was just the law for black people. They put on us. It's not. Blacks was a lawyer, actually. I forget his first name, but this is a legal. This was made to codify the laws within the United States. Certain court cases, what was decided over these 400 years regarding law, and it's a dictionary too. So if you have if you're a philosopher, you should have Black's Law Dictionary in your library, so you can go right there and cite the law right there to really know what it is, because what we're dealing with is that we're not even really dealing with law anymore. We're dealing with people's opinions and prejudices and emotions, as G. Simone pointed out. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people's emotions. We're dealing with what they think and what they feel. Nobody's really dealing with law and order. No one's dealing with public safety, tranquility, and definitely not morals at all. So
Henry Campbell Black. Thank
you for that. Black's Law Dictionary and he was an attorney, wasn't he? Or he had to be, I think.
Who's the author of
The author of
editions?
The first two editions, Black Laws Dictionary. He got it started. Well, what's that name again? Henry
Campbell Black.
Henry Campbell Black. So there it is. Henry Campbell Black. He starts the Black's Law Dictionary. That's not a dictionary for the laws that are over Black people. However, you know, you can always look poetically at that because it seems like those laws are only being applied to us. And let me get into this second piece. So our teaching today focuses upon the real purposes and the real challenges facing policing in the United States and around the world, and how we may advance ourselves beyond it. This is not about bashing police. We are philosophers in pursuit of truth and wisdom, but it is the truth that police in America have lost all credibility and trust. This is a simple fact of our time, and this is horrible for the United States of America, and I mean that. A fresh Gallup poll just released this past Friday polls that 80% of Black Americans have little to no confidence in the police. That's 80%. I mean, soak that up for a minute. This is a fresh Gallup poll. I'm speaking to you on Sunday. This came out on Friday. That 80% of Black people in the United African Americans, Black Americans, Negroes, 80% of us have little to no confidence in the police. That's pretty much all of us, including Black police officers. 80%. Okay, that includes Black police officers, Black FBI, Black judges, 80% of us. Okay, have no confidence in the police. This is horrible, okay, for a country, and it's standing in the world, and something should be done. This is what hip hoppers should be thinking about. Not bashing the police, dissing the police. No. This is horrible for the country in which you're living in. The very people employed to keep the peace have become the very enemies of peace itself. There's no getting around this fact. Individual police officers may be honest, hardworking people seeking to keep the peace in their communities that they patrol. But it is clear that the police in the United States as an institution, this is what we're going to talk about, police as an institution, as a national organization hired and empowered by the U.S. government, has proven itself to be unfit to actually protect and serve all of the citizens of the United States of America. And again, this is simply a fact. This is the truth, and this is real. Again, this is not about disrespecting all police officers or lumping corrupt police officers in with officers that simply want to do their job. That's not what we're doing here. So let's maintain our level of maturity and scholarship. But be advised, be clear and be advised. This is also not about showing any disrespect to individual police officers. Such is not the character of an attuned hip hopper or anyone committed to real justice and or the collective well-being of their community. But again, it is clear that the institution of police and policing is outdated and not keeping up with the times in which it finds itself within. I have had some really great experiences with many police officers over the span of my life. Of course, I've had more unpleasant relations with police officers than I've had pleasant relations with police officers, but my overall relations with law enforcement, especially Black law enforcement, have not been all bad. And I'm sure many can say the same things. You know, I know some really cool Latino cops, you know, they sometimes do lectures. You know, the cops are just like everybody else. They want to come in and hear the lecture as well. I've had cops on stage with me performing. Big up to the boss, the chief of police. Straight up, he was performing on stage with me wherever he is in the world. Shout out to him. You know, some of these guys just want to, you know, they're just doing their job. And a lot of police officers actually do their job. They actually do. But I'm not talking about individual police officers. I want to make that clear. We're talking about the institution of policing itself. When policing is done right, it is a wonderful thing for a society and for the well-being of individual citizens. But we are not talking about me as an individual or even as a celebrity. We're talking about the institution of policing itself. It is plain and simple and obvious for all to see. Policing in America is broken and cannot be fixed. There is no reforming the police. They have become the modern day death squads for too many Black Americans. We can plainly see with no prejudice, no bias, no hatred or disrespect toward the profession of law enforcement on any level. We can plainly see with a clear and sober mind that in today's American society, policing itself is simply outdated and has proven itself to be detrimental to the well-being of all urban communities, especially Black urban communities in the United States. As we can plainly see, the very idea of policing in the United States has run its course. It is simply an old and outdated idea that is no longer relevant to or capable of meeting the socio-political challenges of our times. Simple and plain, America is in need of something else, something more efficient and useful to the America of today. This, in my humble opinion, is what abolish the police really means. It doesn't mean get rid of the police. It means the same thing that abolished slavery means or meant when it was first proposed. It means that if we are living in an ever-growing nation, a continuously expanding and developing nation, one that seeks real justice, domestic tranquility, then some of the ideas and practices that may have served some people well in the past may no longer serve the well-being of all of us in the present. And we must have the courage as well as the maturity to accept this fact and move on. Arresting people for drug use of any kind is simply outdated. Police showing up for every kind of public disorder, like incidents that stem from mental disorders or domestic disputes or traffic violations, etc., are simply outdated. That's it. Police at concerts, police in public schools, police in the supermarkets are all unnecessary and again are old and outdated practices. Police officers with guns and attack dogs posted at malls, parking lots, posted at malls and parking lots and on highways routinely, and that's the word, routine traffic stop. Why is a traffic stop routine? What is it? We're not supposed to be routinely stopped for any reason, okay? Parking lots routinely stopping U.S. citizens for things like expired registration, speeding, or even theft are also outdated practices, especially when there are a variety of new technologies today available to deal with such delinquent behaviors. Basically, and let me say this piece right here, that here I'm referring to like when I go to Europe in particular, and England too, Britain is Great Britain. When I get to Britain and to Europe, you don't see no police. You don't see no police nowhere. You may see a police, posted up somewhere, but they're not even thinking about you. It's like you're more looking at them than them looking at you. They're really just sitting there and probably there for some other reason, like construction is about to go down or, some reason that they're going to move the public around. Then you see the police. Anybody who's been in Europe, you on that German Autobahn, you don't see no police. Matter of fact, no highway in Europe has the police sitting there pointing some sort of gun at you to track your speed. It doesn't exist in Europe. It doesn't exist in England. What exists is the camera. That's what exists. And that's what I refer to as, especially when there are a variety of new technologies today available to deal with such delinquent behaviors. People who want to speed, they even have signs. You be speeding down the highway in England and a sign is right there that says cameras coming up in the next 5 miles. So you speed and you slow down. You go past that camera doing the speed limit, and once you get past the camera, you speed back up again. And they know this is what you're gonna do. So the camera just is there to break your speed, but you can go ahead. And why do they allow people to drive fast in Europe and in places in England? Why do they allow this? Because a study had already came out that said that the faster traffic goes, the less accidents cars have. Imagine that. I should have brought the study with me. I'm just citing it because I know it. That the faster traffic goes, the less accidents are committed in traffic. You would think it would be the opposite. That if everybody's flying down the highway, we're going to have more accidents. No, the scientific study says the slower traffic goes, the more accidents are possible to occur. So England and Britain, England and Europe took advantage of this. They allow their citizens to fly down the highway doing 100 miles an hour, but of course, if you go past that camera, speeding past, the average speed is 80 miles an hour in Europe and in England. 80 miles an hour. Anybody can do 80 miles, unless, of course, if you're near a school or you're in a residential area, of course, then you got to slow down. They have posted signs up there. But I'm talking about the highways. Everybody flying down the highway doing whatever speed they really want. And the only time you get to stop is when you see that camera. And some people are dumb enough in Europe to not even see the camera. The camera catches you, pop! You see the light go off. You say, damn, I just got a ticket. And they send you the ticket. You're in the system now. They got your license plate. They got everything. It's technology now. You don't need to have a cop out there pointing something at you or have to pull you over because you were speeding. We simply going to take the picture of you and send you that ticket. And if you avoid the ticket and all of that, you get the tickets piled up, you get a warrant for your arrest. And now they come into your house. They're not waiting for you on the corner and all that. They got your address. They got your deal. They come straight to you and say, listen, you supposed to be doing this and that, and you ain't doing it. They're going to specific violators of the law. They're not across the whole community. That's why I'm saying it like this and giving you this example. So basically, police as it is practiced today in urban areas is simply old and outdated and needs to be abolished if the American experiment is to continue and possibly succeed in the ways in which we all envision it. Remember, America's an experiment. Remember that. But of course, when people hear the word abolish, or more accurately, the phrase abolish the police, they immediately take such a phrase as a disrespect or even as a threat toward police officers and their livelihood. That abolish the police means getting rid of the police and possibly applying their annual budgets toward better schools, better jobs, and better homes for urban-based people. That's the general argument. This idea, however, of abolishing the police is usually seen as the beginning of mass chaos and unchecked criminality within society. Basically, when people hear the statement, abolish the police, they see a chaotic society without legal protection or justice. But with a sober and rational mind, we can see that it is policing itself that has become a major contributor to a society without legal protection or justice. It is the archaic idea of policing itself, the idea of policing itself, that has become dangerous to not only the American public, but to the police themselves. In light of this, we can plainly see that Americans, especially African Americans, are already living without any real protection or justice from any local law enforcement institution.
And a broken and or corrupt police force is clear evidence that the society in which these police are sworn to protect and serve are indeed unprotected and ill-served. Period. Like, okay? This is not no bash the police. This is not no diss the police. It's not about that. We're talking straight logic here. As far as the African-American experience with law enforcement and the courts is concerned, the police and the courts are already abolished for us. So, you know, when we say abolish the police and the courts are already abolished for us. They have never existed for our well-being or for our protection. If the purpose of the courts is to administer equal justice under the law, it is clear that the courts have already been abolished regarding us. And everyone knows this. The judges know this. The lawyers know this. The victims of crime and the criminals themselves know this. And the police know this. In fact, if the purpose of policing is to protect and to serve the well-being of a community, the police have already been abolished in our communities, in Black communities. There is very little, even no protection or service from local white police officers regarding us, Black people. And what we see, mostly in our communities are heavily armed and intimidating white police officers. This is what we get. We're not getting what I outlined to you in terms of the etymology of police, the definition of police in terms of morals, you know, upholding morals, to public tranquility, public health. We don't get none of that. There is no police then for us. The police have already been abolished. In truth, and everyone knows this, the police are in our neighborhoods waiting for us to violate one of their ordinances. They are in our neighborhoods in large part to intimidate us and keep us in a constant state of alert and fear regarding them and their presence. This is why we live. This is why the Black community is the way in which it is. Look at the amount of stress and fear we got to face every day. Wake up in the morning every day. And again, you know, I grew up in New York every day for about 30 years. You know, I was born in New York, and I didn't get to leave New York till I was about 30. You know, about, 26, 27, I started to leave and go to other countries and started to see how other countries were living, Japan, Europe, these other places. And I got to see, and I'm like, I never knew how much tyranny I was living under, how much noise pollution every day. Woo, 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 woo. Every minute you got noise, and every minute you got to, oh, there's the cop, oh, there, and he ain't there to help you. He's not there. He's waiting for you to do something wrong, or even to just walk up to you and say you did something wrong. Let me see your ID. And you're just like, what? What are you talking about? See my ID. Let me just see, because I want to. You don't realize how much stress you live in every day just living in the United States until you leave the United States and you go to other countries that don't have this. Then you begin to see it. So the question is, why must we live this way? Why does the United States government allow such intimidating presences in our communities? Why do you allow that? As a community, we have never experienced any actual protect and serve policing on a consistent basis at any time in America's history. Imagine that. Therefore, and again, for Africans in America, the police are already abolished. So why get upset about a statement that is already true and apparent? The obvious fact is that real police and real policing do not exist for real Black Americans. And the whole world knows this. Yes, the whole world knows this. What an embarrassment this is to the United States. I'm speaking now to our citizenry here. People can wave the American flag all day. They can say that they love America all day.
But the image of white police in the United States today has become an absolute embarrassment to the global image of the United States. Such a national image cannot be good for, this can't be a good thing for America or Americans globally, especially not for white Americans globally, white male Americans globally. Look, I mean, just take a minute on this. Let's take a minute on this and think about how the whole world is looking at white men in general with the mass shootings, police. Take a look and look at it. Look at the injustice of it, because we know everybody in America doing crime. Okay, black people, everybody, okay? But the way it's being depicted and the experiences in which we're having, because it's not just being depicted this way, these are the experiences, and then they're being promoted to the world. Imagine what this is doing to the global image of white people in the world, white Americans in the world, especially white men in the world. The actual misconduct, brutality, and open racism of too many white police officers embarrasses America on the world stage. And any institution that lowers its nation's image and respect in the world is also a threat to the national security and political reputation of that nation. Is this not clear? Is this not a fact? What I'm saying here, should I say this? Is what I'm saying here wrong or disrespectful or irrational or illogical? And if what I'm saying here is not wrong, disrespectful, irrational, or illogical, why then is the abolition of the police not happening? Why is everybody so upset? You say abolish the police. They say, oh no, some people want to abolish the police. Oh, I'm not with that. And I heard somebody mention on the news the other day that the police are killing people every day. Every day. Okay? And their analogy was to gun violence in the United States. They said gun violence is just killing people every day. Innocent people. You go to the store, you don't even know if you're going to come out the Walmart or wherever you go, and FedEx now. You can't even go to FedEx. I mean, okay, they're just shooting people anywhere. They said, how is it that with the coronavirus, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, supposedly it killed 6 people or was, it had adverse effects for 6 people. Okay, I think one person died, the other, and they say this is a little more. So let's say the Johnson & Johnson vaccine harmed 20 people. They pulled that off the shelf and said, we got to wait for 20 people. And I'm estimating 20. The number that was recorded is 6. But I'm saying, let's say it killed, right, 20 people. It didn't, but let's say, this is what it is. They pulled it off the shelf immediately, but we can't get nothing on guns. Nothing. This is an epidemic in the country, and nobody could pull them guns. The police are killing black people like animals, like hunted animals. Nobody could pull that. Police can't be abolished. Oh, no, no, no. Think about that. Think about the selectiveness. Like I pointed out, how the law really works. It's people's opinions. This ain't really law and order. This is an opinion. I'll get to it when I get to it. I'll get to it if I feel that it's something I should get to. This is why the statement Black Lives Matter is a philosophical statement more than an organization. That's a philosophical statement. It's like black life don't matter. So, wow, I got to think about that for a minute. Right, it's like black life don't even matter. And when you really think about it, and it's in the law. That's what I'm saying. And it's in the law. Until we change the law, change the Constitution, this is what it's going to be. There's no police training and let's get the police to do more. No, this is what it is. This is what it is. Okay, so I'm gonna read this again. And if what I'm saying here is not wrong, disrespectful, irrational, or illogical, why then is the abolition of the police not happening? It is not happening because white people in power need the police to stay in power. This is how they got and maintained their so-called power. This is how they got and maintained their power in the beginning. This is why there is no real gun reform. And I'm speaking the truth right now. It is because the gun is the ultimate tool in the maintaining of white supremacy. This is how they acquired their violent rule over us and others. It was with bombs and guns. And to give up their bombs and guns means giving up their power, their supremacy over us and everyone else, including other white people. This is also why abolishing the police in the United States is not such a bad or crazy idea, especially if we are talking about the further development of the United States, as well as social justice and improving race relations. If we're talking about that, the abolition of the police is a logical conclusion to come to. But is this going to actually happen? Maybe, maybe not. And this is why urban policing has become an embarrassment to America's reputation in the world. It proves that white America is incapable of such reforms. And frankly, they refuse to let go of their presumed power over people that they have violently robbed and enslaved. This is the issue right here. Many white people will speak loudly about the injustices in America today. You know, we'll march and talk on the team, like G. Simone was talking about. All they do is talking while we dying. We could talk all day about America and this, that, and the other. But when are white people going to be willing to give up or even share power? Meaning that many white people will speak out loudly about the injustices in the United States today, but giving back indigenous lands is not an option. Going back to where you came from. You know, black people hear it all the time. Go back to Africa. But what about the colonists going back to England? If we're really talking about social justice here. Reparations to African Americans for centuries of white terrorism in America in a variety of forms is also not even seriously considered. Ending the white monopoly on law enforcement, the courts, and the prisons is also not even considered. There's a monopoly, you know, on white law. We only follow white European or white English law. That's what we follow in here. White English law. There's a monopoly on that. You don't go to jail for breaking Indian law. You don't go to jail for breaking anybody else's law, Mexican law. You don't go to jail for breaking Mexican law in the United States. You don't go to jail for breaking nobody else's laws, even religious laws. Moral, remember the police is supposed to be upholding morals. You don't go to jail for that. You only go to jail when you break the white colonial law. That's where the prisons, the police, the courts, and everything else. Once you break their laws, now you get to go to prison. That's a monopoly on law. I don't want to bring up the antitrust laws where, you know, they break up, where, you know, if a company gets too big, they say this is going against the trust of the people. You can't be a company that big that controls everything. You control this one product. You control everything. That's called a monopoly. And America breaks up monopolies until it's them. Right now, white folk have a monopoly on law. That's why we can't get no justice. Ending the white monopoly on law enforcement, the courts, and the prisons is also not even considered. This, however, contributes to the ongoing embarrassment to the national image of the United States in the world today, and why the abolition of the police and outdated police practices is the first step toward real reconciliation and social justice. Don't think for 1 minute that foreign nations are not seizing upon these social weaknesses inherent in American law enforcement for their own benefit. Don't think for 1 minute that such blatant injustices toward African Americans do not make the entire nation of America vulnerable to terrorist attacks from foreign organizations looking for any excuse to bring the whole nation down. Don't think that they're not watching this. Don't think that Russia, China, and others are not watching this, trying to figure out how can we get black folk to get on our side, or even how do we get white folk to side with these black folk against our enemies in the United States government. Don't think for 1 minute people ain't watching this and trying to come up with a plan, okay? Be wise, think. We can always condemn violence and looting after some blatant form of police misconduct. That's easy. But let us also not forget the actions of the police toward peaceful protesters. We're watching that right now on the TV. Okay, look at the actions of the police toward peaceful protesters. Okay, what about the actions of the police toward reporters and journalists? Remember when the young black man got arrested, right? He's actually, he was reporting on what was going on and they arrested him right on the camera. Okay, crazy, okay? What about the levels of fear and anxiety caused by a highly militarized police presence in black and brown communities? That's not public health. Look at the belligerent and disrespectful attitudes of the police toward average American citizens, especially black Americans, every day, even when cameras and cell phones are recording their words and actions. Look at the attack on the US Capitol, where more than 20% of the attackers were actually connected to law enforcement themselves. Others were members of the Marines, the Army, the Air Force. Don't think for 1 minute that America's real enemies are not the police themselves, and foreign organizations are not studying these incidences and planning for their next move. It is an embarrassment to the moral authority of the United States when the whole world knows or believes that white American law enforcement is connected in some way to racist elements in American society. That's an embarrassment, even though this is not altogether true even. Unfortunately, this is how white police officers are being perceived in the world, not just by Americans, but by the world. This is horrible. In addition, all kinds of major American movies, best-selling books, and popular songs of all kinds, including my own, accurately depict U.S. law enforcement as enemies of American citizens. This is how popular it is. The police as the enemy of American citizens is so obvious and popular that it has become a normal part of American entertainment. As the 1992 Rage Against the Machine song, Killing in the Name, clearly states, some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Big up to Zach and the whole Rage Against the Machine. In my view, policing in and of itself is also philosophically wrong. It's morally wrong. Meaning that if American citizens are presumed innocent until proven guilty, there is no logical reason for a police patrol in any American neighborhood. Let me say that one more time. This is the philosophical moral part of it, okay? This is the moral part. Let me hit you with it one more time. If American citizens are presumed innocent until proven guilty, there is no logical reason for a police force in any American neighborhood. We should only see the police when a crime has occurred or if someone has been threatened in some way by someone else. That's the point of the police, to keep citizens from harming one another, or the freedom of a citizen to not, that freedom you have should not impede upon the freedom that another citizen has. That's the only time we should see the cops. The police should be called to investigate crimes, that's all. They should not be stationed on street corners, hiding on highways, or able to randomly stop and or frisk any American citizen at their leisure. This is unconstitutional, and it literally is. Stop and frisk, and those who remember the court case with stop and frisk in New York, while Hillary Clinton was governor too, by the way, or senator, I think it was senator. That stop and frisk, it was ruled unconstitutional. So here's a good example of how the state creates a law, and then of course the government, which in defense of Hillary, that she would be the government in that instance, says it's unconstitutional. This is just an example of what we was talking about earlier, how the states do things and then the government steps in. But that stop and frisk that they was doing in New York sent so many of our young people to prison for no reason. They walking down the street, stop, frisk. I got a little weed in my pocket. Oh man, your mother sent you out for something to eat. You in jail now. Or worse, you're dead. Such public policies, however, clearly aid in the mass stress, mass anxiety, and mass depression, often linked with mass shootings, mass rioting, and mass suicide. This is science. I'm quoting science reports and medical reports. This is what it is. With a sober and clear mind, one should really consider the situation at hand and the opportunities that are now presenting themselves to all who are serious about a more perfect union, establishing justice, ensuring domestic tranquility, providing for the public defense, promoting the general welfare, and securing the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our posterity. That's the preamble of the United States Constitution. Without name-calling, criticizing, or judging, simply looking at the conduct of mostly white police officers toward mostly Black American citizens over just the last 10 years, can anyone deny that the collective police conduct can anyone deny that the collective police conduct has been the opposite of an institution that serves and protects a more perfect union, justice, domestic tranquility, defense, the general welfare, and liberty toward American citizens? It is here that any rational person can ask, has urban law enforcement become an enemy to the United States Constitution? And if so, should it not be abolished? As an institution, local police appear to be in constant violation of the United States Constitution and the people such a constitution is designed to protect. This is simply a fact. And if this is a fact, if this is an actual fact, the logical conclusion then, for the safety and further development of the United States itself, not just for the people, but for the United States itself, is to abolish the police. Their presence and performance have become unconstitutional, period. And so, like American slavery, which also proved to be unconstitutional, local policing in America, which has also proven itself to be unconstitutional in so many ways, should also be abolished. Not defunded, but abolished. Defunding the police will only lead to an escalation in robberies and other crimes regarding Black property by the police. Remember that. I'll say it again. Defunding the police will only lead to an escalation in robberies. And I say an escalation, they're already robbing us. That just doesn't come onto the camera yet. Only death comes on the camera. But police are robbing people, raping people, all types of stuff. We're only getting the murder part. Defunding the police will only lead to an escalation in robberies and other crimes regarding Black property by the police. We can clearly rationalize that if we are dealing with a group of unchecked, immoral, depraved heart individuals, if we're dealing with that now, imagine how such a group will act if they are defunded. Look at the overall attitude and collective character of white police officers now with funding. Okay? Imagine if you decrease the funding of these officers. Such a group is liable to not only continue murdering Black people out of resentment and revenge, but such a group is also liable to upgrade its robbery or destruction of Black property to subsidize their defunded salaries. Reforming the police or retraining the police is also useless because you cannot retrain a racist not to be a racist. Racism is a cultural issue, not just an educational or training issue. You cannot reform white supremacy out of a person. You cannot train a professional to respect the life of another person. These are issues of character. These are issues of soul or spirit, of humanity and empathy. These are not skills that can be simply taught to a person. Such a person has to want to be soulful, spiritual, humane, empathetic. But it is here also, with a sober and clear, rational mind, that we must also apply such levels of humanity to ourselves. We must also consider the fact that abolishing the police also demands higher levels of civility and public cooperation on our part, and on the part of all American citizens, really. But I'm talking about Black people right here, okay? We can't be yelling abolish the police if we're going to continue doing crimes against each other. And that's their argument. That's the police's argument. Take a look at Chicago. Take a look at Philadelphia. Take a look at this place. You need the police. Abolishing the police really means maturing to levels of community cooperation where the police and policing are no longer necessary. Can we actually get there? Ultimately, police officers are attracted to crime, and it is usually some report of a crime that invites the police into our neighborhoods. This too is a fact. Therefore, where there is no crime, there is no police. This then is the ultimate abolition of the police and policing in our neighborhoods. It begins with our commitment to a crimeless society and a crimeless life. The Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. But are we mature enough to achieve such levels of civility and citizenship? That's the ultimate question. Maybe, maybe not. Either way, this is what has to be done to rid ourselves of the blatant injustices we face everywhere in the United States of America today. And as I come up on our next break, son one, as I come up on the next, and I'm also going to call on you, but as I come up on our next break, let me just say that, yes, we can criticize the police all day. They have enough to be criticized. They're guilty. Okay, they're guilty on all charges. Okay, unconstitutional, immoral, against the public health, all of it. But guess what? So are we. And this is why, I'll speak to African Americans, but I'm really speaking to hip hop. I'm speaking to hip hop. This is the temple of hip hop. What can we do as hip hoppers to make this situation better? Well, we can start thinking about living a crimeless life. We could start thinking about doing no harm to each other. We could start thinking about respecting our own laws and ordinances. And you say, what is hip hop's laws and ordinances? Well, if you're part of the Temple of Hip Hop, we have the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. That's our law and ordinance. We have the Gospel of Hip Hop. This is our law and ordinance. This is our code of conduct. In fact, within it, we have something called the H law: health, love, awareness, and wealth. If you violate health, you violate love, you violate awareness, you violate wealth, that's criminal for us. We don't want to do it to others, and we don't want it done to us. So if we could just unite around our own ordinances, and see, what I'm proud of is the fact that we already established law amongst ourselves. At the Temple of Hip Hop, we've already established law amongst ourselves, which is the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, which is what we're coming up on a 20-year anniversary of. People thought that when we established the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, people would say, oh, KRS just wants to put laws on hip hop. How ignorant that statement was. Because when you really study law, you begin to see that there's no freedom without law. How can we say we're free if we ain't gonna put a gate around ourselves and say, look, to the whole world, this is what we are about and this is what we stand for. And when you come into our community, these are the 18 principles that we stand for. This is called the Hip Hop Declaration of Peace, and here's the 18 principles that we stand upon. If you want to know where these principles come from, go check the Gospel of Hip Hop, which will broaden it out for you. But we're trying to live a crimeless, harmless life. So this is where it really comes down to living a crimeless life. And as a matter of fact, I mentioned the Gospel of Hip Hop. We're going to take one more break, but I'm going to now call Son One. I'm going to call you up now to enter the lectern. Turn your Gospels to page 560 at paragraph 13. 560 at paragraph 13. When we come back, Minister Son One is going to take us out with our final reading. I'm KRS-One. We'll be right back.
Class in session. What is democracy? Yo, it's the rule of the people. The self-rule. It's what the people want. That's right. But is this a democracy? Nah, democracy is a goal to be attained. That's right. The character of the people should be reflected in the laws and the institutions of the state. I don't see my character reflected. Tell me why are all the schools they falling apart, and why the youth not taking no music or art, and why the professionals really don't know where to start. No one really cares about why the people ain't trusting the law and the order, and why the hookers from 70s look like our daughters, and why the radio station they help with the slaughter. No one really cares about the line they using until it's time they doing a rhyme or ruin what you doing if you crime pursuing. Let me tell you about getting your family out the mean ghetto to green meadows where you can finally be settled. That street level, freak level, pulling out heat level, eating meat level, deceit level, that's that beats level. You gotta stand upright in a house with 3 levels where you don't even see devils unless he shovels the snow. Many philosophers live on the low, never crazy, hazy, or lazy, we get up and go. What do you know? I'm always teaching after the show, not messing with hoes, I'm with my wife, changing my clothes.
Word, peace and much love. Thank you, teacher, for everything. And that is how I want to start. I was looking at the streetlight comments. And one thing that I noticed is that it seems as though streetlight being released publicly as it was literally right on time for a lot of people, especially for hip hop, but people in general, especially during these times when we're losing hip hoppers, and the craziness that's happening every day. It is definitely a good way to slow you down for a minute and to work on yourself and to collect your thoughts about you and hip hop and essentially what we're doing and ways to make yourself better. And in doing so, it also made me remember, and not that I don't think about it every day, but what we're actually a part of and how it's reaching people all over the world. And to not take advantage of that and to treat it exactly like it is a grace, it is a privilege, and it's a crazy time for the world, and at the same time a magnificent time for hip hop and hip hoppers on this earth. So I just wanted to reflect on that real quick. I want to give a shout out to Minister Zenaru. I peeped the message from the minister. The kingdom of God is at hand. It was an excellent teaching. I was listening to it while I was driving, and definitely a good carryover for those who need a little bit more during the week. Of course, you should always revisit these studies through the week so that you can pick up more than what you're getting the first time. But Minister Zenaru normally puts out his message from the minister on Mondays. He's been doing it faithfully. We commend you for doing that, and they without a doubt are dope. So you guys check that out. Unfortunately, I'm gonna speed up the tape a little bit to the point of it's wonderful of the things that the teacher presents as solutions, real solutions to the real problems that we have. But how it's normally gone on in the past is that, and I'm not speaking to you specifically, but you don't listen. The teacher speaks, teacher tells you the direction to go, you don't go. It's happened with, or in most of the stories of most of spiritual studies, it's normally the great teacher comes, blesses everybody with his presence or her presence, and essentially nobody listens except for a few. And even they struggle with what it is. And unfortunately, this seems to be where we're at. And I feel like we're going to get to the eventual conclusion that literally hip hop cities are the inevitable solution for us. That it is, we do need that fence. And because like he said, you try to abolish them, then they turn around and take the skills that they do have and turn them right back on the people, or turn it right back on the society that you have. This seems to be the issue. Not only is it a white monopoly on the law, but it's a white monopoly on government. And in a place where it's a multiracial society, you should see the issue with having a monopoly of one race dominating the government. And for those who say, oh, it's not about race It's that and the third, yes, it is. Because you made it about race. It's not our fault that it's racial. We don't want it to be racial. Yes, we know this must be highly embarrassing for white people right now, for good white people that really don't adhere to anything that's going on, and time after time they got to hear, oh shoot, we did it again, or they feel like it's a we, but it's not a we. So I want to say to our white hip hoppers, don't take that on yourself. Do your best to raise your family the best way. Use these principles: health, love, awareness of wealth, peace, love, unity, and joy. Use that, teach that to your children in order that at least things change for you. And also know the protection that you have with hip hop. You do exist in a different reality when you really embrace these teachings. And unfortunately, it's crazy, or our people in general seem to be out of control. And we can't ignore that. Like it's not just the police's fault, but it is their fault. It's not just the government's fault, but it is their fault. It's not just the society's fault, but it is their fault. And so for the fact that nobody wants to take responsibility or be accountable for their own actions, and everybody wants to point at somebody else, it can never get fixed that way, unfortunately. So the real solution is that those of like-minded get together and start their own society, start their own place, build their own cities, build their own towns, have their own schools, have their own education, have their own television, have their own radio, have their own social media, and really build up a defense to know that the spirit of them is not to leave you alone. Unfortunately, this is what we're seeing, is that no, you could plead, you could march, you could riot, you could do whatever you want to do. They are not going to leave you alone. This is not going to stop. This is or you have to move your intelligence and understand that no, it doesn't fix itself that way. And normally, or we can this is where you can glean from the Moses story, that when the government is after you, you leave and you start your own civilization somewhere else. We got to come to these conclusions, and I know it's going to take, unfortunately, a long time. But you have to ask yourself: should you live here? Should you be educated by these people? Should you trust them to enforce the laws? Should you trust them to give you medical advice? Should you trust them to grow your food for you? Should you trust them with running your society? And when you really think about it, the obvious answer is no. So, and for me, it's crazy because I'm telling you, I live in God, and it's great, but it's so disheartening to hear these things happening. It's like, it's messed up that a street light has to get postponed for anything. And all these seem to be stemming from the same thing, or from the same causes. And I feel like there's a beckoning that God is like, well, okay, until your intelligence moves, this is just going to continue. So we really need to get hip to our hop and make it happen. And shout out to everybody across the world. There are riots and different things. We're not getting all the information going on in Scotland, Ireland, South Africa, just to name a few. If you Google craziness in this past week, you'll see the information that you're not getting, that the whole world seems to be in chaos. And again, this is why, again, I thank God for this, that this occurs, that we have this privilege to be able to join together every Sunday night and try to make some sense of it, try to recollect our thoughts and develop plans and solutions so that we can move forward. Again, we're on page 560. Starting at paragraph 13. Know this: just as there's no peace without justice, there is equally no freedom without law. In fact, the more we understand law, the freer and more secure we become. In this overstanding, hip-hoppers are encouraged to respect law and seek to be the law-abiding citizens of the countries in which they reside. According to Black's Law Dictionary, 5th edition, law is described as that which is laid down, ordained, or established, a rule or method according to which phenomena or actions coexist or follow each other. Law in its generic sense is a body of rules of action or conduct prescribed by a controlling authority and having binding legal force. According to the same dictionary, a law that which must be obeyed and followed by citizens subject to sanctions or legal consequences. Law is also interpreted as a solemn expression of the will of the supreme power of the state. Law can also mean a body of principles, standards, and rules made known to the public by government. In a scientific sense, like with the science of living things, biology, law is a scientific theory that has been tested repeatedly. A lawful person is one who is free, unattained, and capable of bearing an oath. This is one of the basic standards that attuned hip-hoppers instinctively hold themselves to. Hip-hoppers are lawful people. Hold on. I know what others may think. Well, wait a minute, what about this rap music? At some point, you're going to have to mature past rap being considered hip-hop and rappers being considered hip-hoppers. They're not the same when you're dealing with hip-hop as culture and consciousness and the gospel of hip-hop. In law, we are protected. In law, we are guided. But we hip-hoppers have learned now that every laid down, ordained, or established rule is not necessarily law. We've seen and experienced now the corruption inherent in man-made laws, and this is why our children do not respect today's laws. Yes, we are moral and law-abiding citizens, but in our history, Many of the laws of the United States were simply imposed upon us for the control and further exploitation of our people, such as like stop and frisk. We've experienced now the discriminatory practices of not only law enforcement officers, but the very courts themselves. Yes, hip hop respects law. But when Black's Law Dictionary describes law enforcement officers as those whose duty it is to preserve the peace, we can see with the experiences of our own lives how unlawful such officers act toward us. This, in our opinion, is the cause of social unrest and even violence in urban areas. Let me just say also real quick, I feel as though another possible solution is that because again, you've divided us racially, an officer shouldn't be able to arrest somebody who's not of their race. They shouldn't even be able to police them. They should have to live in the community, and they shouldn't be able to police them, and they also shouldn't be able to judge them or convict them, and they also shouldn't be able to have them in their jails. We see what corrupt power does and how all of these systems seem to be corrupt. It is not the poor citizens of a country who cause the violence they are forced to live around. It is actually the incompetence and corruption of that society's law enforcement officers that actually cause violent situations to occur in that society. I'm gonna read that one more time. It is not the poor citizens of a country who cause the violence they are forced to live around. It is actually the incompetence and corruption of that society's law enforcement officers that actually cause violent situations to occur in that society. Black's Law Dictionary describes police as a branch of government which is charged with the preservation of public order and tranquility, the promotion of the public health, safety, and morals, and the prevention, detection, and punishment of crimes, as our teacher went over earlier. The police officer is one of the staff of men employed in cities and towns to enforce the municipal laws and ordinances for preserving the peace, safety, and good order of the community. But is this actually how police officers conduct themselves within America's urban communities? Of course not. Notice the repeated references in Black's Law Dictionary to safety, tranquility, and the preservation of peace. If police officers themselves conducted themselves like this, there would be very little violence in our urban communities. There would be an example, even an inspiration within our communities as to how real law-abiding citizens behave. But the conduct of today's law enforcement officers has clearly fallen short of what they were originally established to do. And this is ultimately why our young people break the laws of their country. I saw several people getting pulled over in Atlanta yesterday. And what really blew my mind was the fact of how important is a traffic stop compared to other issues that we have in our community. Again, this whole idea of patrolling and just passing through and searching for someone that they feel is criminally, quote unquote, suspicious is crazy. So really, you're not there to prevent anything. Or you can't be because you're moving. So really, as teacher pointed out, police is broken. It doesn't work. If you can't be there to prevent me or prevent someone from being stabbed, what's the point? Or, like teacher said, the only point that really should be is you come afterwards. And then you do your detective work. But all this other stuff is really immature and juvenile, and showing that it's a misuse of the authority that, quote unquote, you've been granted by supposedly the people, which, as teacher pointed out, no, it's really given by the government and the states. Paragraph 24. In fact, the lawless conduct of our children is in compliance with law enforcement officers and their agencies. When our young people disregard the ordinances of their city or state, they are actually following the law, because this is how the law behaves in front of them. Do you understand that? However, two wrongs do not make a right or make it right. This is, and again, this is why I say it's juvenile, or it's obvious that I keep being brought back to the thought of trying to teach children in a nursery sense. And again, it will always be from their young mind. Well, I see them doing it. Why can't I do it? And so that is going to be the natural reaction. They're lawless, then let's be lawless ourselves. Because they actually seem to be winning or gaining something from their lawlessness, so maybe we can too. Again, we're not saying that makes it right, but you have to be able to understand how a young, immature, not fully developed mind thinks. Just because lawmakers and law enforcers contradict and even break their own laws and ordinances does not mean that we should. In fact, a socio-political strategy for the further establishment of today's civil rights, it is to our advantage to study and obey the laws of the nations in which we live. Every day, hip-hop has a real opportunity and responsibility to rise to the intended essence of law enforcement, which is to promote order, safety, health, morals, and general welfare within constitutional limits. But this means that we hip-hoppers must stop terrorizing, disrespecting, and intimidating the police officers in our own communities. I'm going to say that one more time, and ourselves too. This means that we hip-hoppers must stop terrorizing, disrespecting, and intimidating the police officers in our own communities and our own people. Yes, we make the police in our communities afraid and fearful with our own lawless conduct and blatant disregard for their presence. All across the United States, we make it known that we are willing to injure and even kill police officers, and such conduct makes them afraid of us. Such fear then manifests itself into shoot first, ask questions later attitude so many police officers express while patrolling our neighborhoods. Again, this is where you get, there's a candy bar, I thought it was a gun. There's a cell phone, I thought it was a gun. Who's this? I thought it was a gun. They're terrified too. Many police officers go to work every day, not sure if they are going to make it home at night. And so the only way to ensure that they will make it home at the end of the day is to overwhelm us with flashing lights, loud noises, tasers, and guns. All of this, however, exposes how fearful the police are when they are around us, which they shouldn't be. Again, that's the idea of a police officer should not, they shouldn't be in fear. And they claim that this is what these trainings are supposed to be, that no, in all situations, you have to be the most calm. You have to be the most present in your mind in order to enforce the law correctly. This relationship is not healthy for anyone. It is time for the hip hop community to mature past this level of communal immaturity. For it is not so much that we must do their jobs for them. It is more the fact that if they fail to execute their jobs well, the whole society, with us in it, falls for lack of safety, health, morals, and peace. This should be a part of their training. In all actuality, for real, police should be reading Down by Law. I'm sure hip hoppers or policemen or men and women who are hip hoppers have read it, but no, this they should know, and really come face to face with. We hip hoppers have an opportunity to lessen the tension within our own communities by becoming more lawful than today's law enforcement, which isn't that difficult to achieve. Instead of protesting unjust conditions within our nations, why not try being more lawful than those who attempt to oppress us with their own fears and unjust laws? In fact, if we would simply respect our own hip-hop laws and principles, as well as the laws and ordinances of the nations in which we live, we would not only be stronger and more organized than today's law enforcement officers who do not follow their own laws and ordinances. We would lessen the fear and stress of certain police officers, lessening the amount of hostility we experience as a result of such high levels of fear and stress. So you get this? You stop breaking laws, there's no need for them. You stop selling crack, there's no need for them. You stop everything, all the laws being broken, you stop it, there's no need for them. And not only that, once you stop those, then you can concentrate on you and getting to something like the deep, or I'm thinking of street light, so that you can actually comprehend and put those lessons to use. Once you stop concentrating most of your life on breaking laws. In truth, there is no need to fight against those who have already disrespected themselves by disrespecting their own ordinances. Such a group cannot last long anyway. So even though as hip hoppers we are encouraged to obey the laws of our nations, we also have to come to understand that many of the laws we are obeying are only to be obeyed because of the legal harm it may cause us at the moment. In a society riddled with corruption, greed, and incompetence, law is really a matter of what the corporate powers that be decide and want. Now look at this weed. Now that they want the money from it, now that somehow that which you couldn't tax for so long, now you can just magically tax it. And so now you want the benefit. And you see these same people that were talking about lock them up and 3 strikes and all this shit. That they're the same ones in the press conference saying, "Yep, we're getting close. We just got a couple more hearings to go through, and marijuana should be legal in no time." You got to be able to see the trick. As hip hoppers, we know that true law cannot be broken. True law in this sense is simply the reality or condition of a person or thing. True law is not to be obeyed. It is to be understood, imitated, and used toward the easing of human suffering. In essence, law is the natural condition of things. And once you know the natural condition of things, you discover the laws or ways that govern those things. Real laws are like abilities. These are the abilities of your existence. They are the explanations of who you really are and what you are really capable of achieving. True law doesn't just tell you what you can't do, it also tells you what you actually can do. In fact, you are a law unto yourself. You create with your decisions, words, and actions the conditions, laws that shall govern and guide your life. Now, and let me say, because this is reminding me of last week's study, where TEACHA was essentially talking about air. And if you hold your breath for too long, you're going to lose consciousness. That's a law. The more you keep breathing, and this is making me think about me smoking cigarettes. The more you keep breathing, the higher your consciousness can get. Which I'm seeing now, which is wild. But right, these are laws. These are the laws that are real laws, which does transfer into you hurt somebody else, you're liable to get hurt. People call this, or karma, I call it God. God's law, which says you can put a funny name on it, but no, this is what everybody has known since the beginning of time. What you do comes back to you. So you speak life, you get life. And not only that, to give you a live example, and I need to watch this because I know the words that I speak come true and come into reality. I told TEACHA I wasn't going to speak last week. and next thing you know, I couldn't speak last week. My allergies got so bad, my throat was literally closing. And I'm telling you this for some of the advantages of mastering or beginning the mastery of becoming an attuned hip hopper. That when you get to that level where the words that you say then manifest within your reality, that is a very real thing. So again, you create with your decisions, words, and actions the conditions, laws that shall govern and guide your life. Hip hop is the law or condition of the hip hopper. Those who understand and obey this law bring more of this law into their lives. In fact, when you are in harmony with the law condition of your own being, you discover the true power of your true nature. Now, you see how TEACHA does? Right here. I can't help it. Because this keeps happening. I don't know if you look at past lessons and see where each paragraph puts you in the direction of what's coming next anyways. That's just for those who can understand that, understand it. All praises due. Black's Law Dictionary talks about police officers as those hired for preserving the peace. The law enforcement officers as those whose duty it is to preserve the peace. If we became our own law enforcement officers whose duty it was to preserve the peace, not only would we inherit the ability to lawfully detain hired police officers when they engage in misconduct, but as law enforcement officers, we become the preservers of peace for real in our own communities. This would dramatically lessen violence in urban areas. And let me also state that also, again, I really feel like that should be a real force. Unfortunately, this is where we're at, because we know you're not going to give up your police. So there needs to be a police to watch the police, and they should be funded just like the police are from the government and get paid to do so, and that be their only that be their job. And that creates more jobs. That's what we're trying to do, right? In society and in our nations, we want to create more jobs for the people. This is a real job, and that's very much needed, apparently. Somebody that can tackle somebody off of dude with his knee down on his thing. Apparently, they're going to have a bigger gun. This is the solution to urban crime and police misconduct. We hip-hoppers have to become our own law enforcement officers. In fact, isn't it obvious that we are being led off to prison not because of crime, but because we simply do not care about one another, so there is no protection of one another? Crime means that you don't care about your neighbor, and such conduct invites outside forces to seize upon your resources and impose their laws upon you. Know this: the essence of police power actually secures generally the comfort, safety, morals, health, and prosperity of its citizens, while ensuring to each an uninterrupted enjoyment of all privileges conferred upon him or her by the general laws. It is then obvious that when we obey our own hip-hop laws and show a higher respect for the general laws of our nations, we naturally inherit police powers, even to the point, of policing the police. The repeated references in Black's Law Dictionary to morals and in the enforcement of communities' laws and ordinances suggests that the police are supposed to uphold, protect, and even promote the general morality of communities in which they police. When's the last time a police officer talked to you about morality? They are not, in essence, authorized to impose a certain morality upon, they are not, in essence, authorized to impose a certain morality upon a community. They are authorized to uphold the general morality of the communities they police. But if the community in which they police practices little to no morality unto themselves, law enforcement officers are indeed authorized to establish the law and order of the state over the interests of that immoral community. In addition, how can a law enforcement officer uphold a peace he or she does not possess within his or herself? How can a police officer know the correct moral character of a community he or she is foreign to? Or even deeper, how can an insecure, immoral, sick, and poor police officer secure the comfort, safety, morals, health, and prosperity of the citizens he or she encounters throughout the day? The answer is they can't. None of those can they do. How can a law enforcement officer uphold a peace he or she does not possess within his or herself? That's not being checked when they get the job. Unfortunately, you should not be able to be, if we're going to allow ourselves to be subject to a racist or to racist people, you shouldn't be able to hold that should disqualify you for being a police officer if you're a racist. And somehow it's the police's job to figure that out. It's the government's job to make sure that's figured out. And again, if they can't figure that out, government or the police, they should all be fired and put in someone who can. This is important to know because not only must you personally have peace in order to secure peace for others, morality itself is also a spiritually motivated principle like peace. If you do not personally study or practice morality and the living of a righteous life, how can you administer such to anyone else? This again is why our young people today have such difficulty obeying the law. They are raised in a corrupt American culture that celebrates such corruption openly and freely in mass media and within the general affairs of the state. Realize what you've been brainwashed to love. Sirius XM, HBO, MTV, ABC, NBC, CBS, the History Channel. I had a list of questions here. Should you watch their TV? No. What is it doing? What is on that TV all day, every day? Sex, guns, and violence. And drugs. Every day, all day. What's on the radio? Sex, guns, and violence, and drugs. All day, every day. Should your kids be listening to that? You know it's in the cartoons. You know it's everywhere. It's like we can't make a decision for ourselves anymore. So what's going on with our functions? Are we hip to our hop? Do we know why we move? Or do they have us moving according to what they want us to move to? And I think that the children, they might not be able to intellectualize it, but they can feel it. And they feel what's going on. They know the game. Probably very likely way before they ever should. It is very difficult to respect the laws and general moral conduct of those who racially profile you, disrespect your culture, ignore your interests, arrest and assassinate your neighbors, and seek to exploit you and your resources. Such moral conduct we can never accept or respect. Peace to Sean Bell. Remember, slavery was at one time morally correct and sanctioned by law. Not to mention, what do I want to say? Backed up by supposedly spiritual word. slavery was justified. Again, or I'll come to, or the thought, we're in a criminal's justice system. It's missing an apostrophe and an S. We're in a criminal's justice system. The lawyers are criminals, judges criminals, police are criminals, politicians are criminals, presidents are criminals. We're just going along. This is why we hip hoppers must know the true essence of law itself if we are to truly protect ourselves and accurately administer justice. But this is the dilemma right here. We hip hoppers seem to protest the blatant contradictions in the practice of American law by contradicting our own laws. It's like a form of suicide bombing, where in your protest against injustice, you blow yourself up in an effort to destroy your enemy. Can this, and clearly then you destroy yourself. Can this be a viable strategy against oppression for hip hop? Presently, we don't think so. Because anyone who is willing to die for their community actually lives for their community and is loyal to their community, even unto death. Thus, it is they who are natural leaders of their community and should go on living, enduring injustice, leading, inspiring, and teaching their community against the internal behaviors that caused the injustice to begin with. It is a community's own interpretation of good and evil that determines that community's moral code of conduct. However, good and evil are usually based upon the survival of the community, so that what is good for one community may not be good for another community, and vice versa. In a traditional sense, life is considered good, while death is considered evil. Knowledge is considered good, while ignorance is considered evil. Wealth is considered good, while poverty is considered evil. But all of this is a matter of cultural opinion based upon what that culture feels it needs to exist and survive. Actually, I was learning this lesson yesterday. If you go back and look, this documentary pointed it out in the laws of Connecticut and Massachusetts, the Puritan laws, Christmas was outlawed. All of this is a matter of cultural opinion based upon what the culture feels it needs to exist and survive. This is what's good, what's evil, and it's a matter of perception to you and your community. And again, so this is the issue we deal with, is that no, the entertainment we determine is good. The control of that entertainment, or the I don't want to say manipulation, the restricting of the entertainment, we consider that evil. And no, everybody has a right, no matter what it's really doing. So again, or it's like the moral barometer of the people. But again, I don't see how you could ever change that when you're in a constant barrage of everything that's wrong, or everything that you don't want to fall victim to. You don't want to be shot. You love to see a person get shot. You don't want to be hold out. You love a pimp story. You don't want to be robbed, you love the robbery joints or the big cocaine dealer. Well, we know Scarface, Notorious. We love it. So all these kids, that's what they want to be. Crazy. But this is good to us. Just so on I was watching them, thought I was learning a whole bunch of stuff until I saw on the screen them string up a black man in the garage. And I thought to myself, you couldn't pay me to do that. After what my ancestors suffered, there's not enough. I would totally, I don't care how much the role would be. You couldn't get me to do that. And really, why can you get anybody to do that? So when we look at the laws that we are to obey, we are to ask, whose interests were these laws created? Some laws are indeed evil for our community because they do not consider the well-being of our existence. Other laws are good because they enhance and protect our general well-being, even if they are imposed upon us, like speeding and getting into car crashes or hit and runs and all this stuff. Following laws that only have the lawgiver's interest in mind is oppression. And this is the present collective condition in which hip-hoppers live today. And this is clearly a result. Let me read that one more time. Following laws that only have the lawgiver's interests in mind, the lawgivers. And you got to ask yourself, well, why is it the lawgiver's interest? It's because the corporations are paying the lawgivers. It's called lobbying, and it's legal. So this is why things aren't changing. And we act like at some point they're just going to gain a consciousness, and they're showing us for over 100 years, their consciousness is not changed. Anybody who even gets there, the consciousness does not change. It's literally set up so that nothing gets done. And corporate interests win every time. Following laws that only have the lawgiver's interest in mind is oppression. And this is the present collective condition in which hip-hoppers live today. Black's Law Dictionary defines oppression as a misdemeanor. Got that? A misdemeanor committed by a public officer who, under color of his office, wrongfully inflicts upon any person any bodily harm, imprisonment, or other injury, an act of cruelty, severity, unlawful exaction, or excessive use of authority, an act of subjecting to cruel and unjust hardship, and act of domination. Now you can see that anytime that they do anything to us, it's a misdemeanor. It's a felony, and I would very much imagine that's what these police officers are screaming. Like, no, they're protected by the law. That says, no, this isn't as bad as you're saying it is according to law. And we can't, again, this is where you got to look at who's running things. You can't get them to change that. You can't get them, or they're not. This is so crazy. It's crazy. It's not being changed, and this is just life. This is life here in America. I'm not sure what the laws are in other places, but this is their protection. Which is why when you wonder how are these police officers getting off? Because they're not doing anything wrong. Again, if the law was, if it was mandatory that whether an accident or not, if you killed an innocent person, you have to forfeit your life, they would not do it. And we know that because that would be suicide for themselves. We know that. Yet you think that they're ever going to be able to make that law? Absolutely not. It would go against all all political interests and corporate interests. And not to mention, they kill us, gun sales shoot through the roof. They even speak of taking away guns, gun sales shoot through the roof. You got to know how you're being baited, pulled into it. They're using your emotions in order to make money. This is why only certain things, people are dying every day. We just learned about the 13-year-old boy something like 10 days later. How does that happen? Because they selected it. They said, all right, no, we're going to get y'all too. Let's get the Latinos involved now. And my recollection, though, the only person they haven't put up in front of your face are our brothers from India. That seems to be the only person left. They got the Asian, black, obviously, white's a given. But there's no reaction with that really that much, which is sad in its own sense. But yeah, them. Or as far as those and Native Americans, but you can best believe they're doing it to them too. But luckily they've established their own land, so unfortunately a lot of times they end up doing it to themselves.
That was Adam Toledo.
Yes, Adam Toledo was a 13-year-old boy. That happened at the end of March. We just learned about it, I want to say this week.
Yes, and why?
Right.
Why now?
Right.
This week, in the midst of all this going on.
Exactly. This is why you have to see there's something going on to where they're playing with you and they're picking and choosing what they show you and baiting us against each other when really to all my white brethren and sisters, y'all should be very upset because they're killing you too. You better believe it and know it. It's not just us, and we should even think that it's just us like that. But we see that there seems to be a societal reason why they want to mess with our minds. They want us, or as I said, and you will never forget, they want us to feel the pain. There's a reason why they want us to feel the pain, and they don't want you to feel the pain at all. They don't want you to know what they're really doing. Notice the level of crime that oppression actually is. It is actually a misdemeanor, meaning offenses lower than felonies, and generally those punishable by a fine or imprisonment otherwise than in the penitentiary. Right. So they could get house arrest, and that's about the extent. Fine some money. And then really taxpayers end up paying the settlements because obviously a police officer doesn't make enough to give somebody $2 million. So we end up even paying, or our magical money then appears to pay off just those that were afflicted. But again, our mental state that's being tampered with. So when police officers shoot at us, curse at us, intimidate us, arrest us, and or detain us without just cause, not only is this an act of oppression, but such an act technically is not even a felony. This, in my observation, is the cause of so much lawlessness, urban violence, and police misconduct. We hip-hoppers must rise above this condition if we are to ever be truly free. We'll leave it off right there. Just to close again, I keep saying hip-hopia, like really, because if you think of the ways to try to you want to join, or say, okay, well no, then we need to join their forces, or we need to become the judges and the lawyers and this, that, and the third. No, you don't think people tried that? You don't think there aren't, or people didn't become politicians with a good spirit in mind and a thought to have to, or to want to fix things, and quickly find out that you're not fixing nothing? Or that nothing gets fixed that we don't collectively really want to get fixed? Again, if you just want to make money, go ahead, get your money. Pick the one that pays the most if you're going to do that. But if you think that you're going to upset what they've set up within them, you are sadly mistaken. It's getting hot in here. The cameras are overheating a little bit. So we're going to try to tone it down just a little. But again, realize or know where you are at. You don't know where you're at? You don't know what's going on? Even from what they did tell you from history? From that which you were taught in school, you don't understand that? Or you can't comprehend what it has been, what it is right now, and what it's gonna be? Unless you decide to literally get out? Get out now. I don't know. Oh, man. You got to go back in the gospel to find that. But the get out now, when you're in an abusive relationship, when the people around you really aren't about anything that you're about, the teacher advises in our gospel of hip hop to get out now. Be gone. And we got to know that this is where we're at and really figure it out. Otherwise, we're leaving it to our children. And that's so sad, because really technically, as teacher pointed out, that's what our parents did to us. That's the position that what we don't take care of becomes then the burden of our children. And to me, that's a sad state of affairs. Yes, indeed. I'll go back, hit this DJ just a little bit more. I'd like to thank everybody for showing up. Okay, word. Our teacher will come out, give us a little close, and then we'll rock out. Peace and much love to you all. And peace and much love to the ancestors I just want to say I know you're here with us. And I keep forgetting to mention y'all, but I know you're with us, and it's a beautiful thing because now DMX can see what this is. Black Rob can see what this is. All of our hip hoppers are here with us, and they now know for sure what the gospel of hip hop and what hip hop really is. Peace, much love.
And I'll second that as well. Peace and much love. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that reading. And you mentioned hip-hopia.
Yes, sir.
That is, I'm not going to last, but make sure you're ready right there because we are in our close. Let me just say thank you for everyone for listening as well. Every week we do this 7 o'clock on Sunday. 7 o'clock Sunday. Shout out to Pascal. Thank you for your service every week. Minister Sun One, you just laid it down. G. Simone, right over here, doing it. The Acronologist, giving us that lesson. And of course, Minister Zenaru, wherever you are as well. We thank you as well. And everyone who is involved in this, when you come to the Temple of Hip Hop, this is what it's about. And I want to make it clear that, again, the attuned hip hopper is not about, bashing the police, saying stupid stuff. That's not what this is. Seriously consider what is being said to you today or what has been said to you today. Seriously consider. We're going to have to create a society unto ourselves. We're going to have to create laws and ordinances unto ourselves. And we don't have to create no outlandish laws or try to rule over ourselves. That's just unnecessary. That's a colonial old concept that I have to rule over you or some governing body has to rule over you. As Minister Sun One pointed out, the analogy of air, meaning that's a real law. We humans can't breathe underwater. We jump in that water, we're drowning, okay? You don't breathe that air, you're going unconscious, okay? If somebody came stab me in my chest, chances are I'm out of here, okay? These are laws. And if we could follow real law, which is do unto others as you would have done unto yourself, and treat others as they treat themselves. If we would just follow real law, I want to eat, so I'm not going to deprive you of food. I want a roof over my head, so why would I burn your house down? If we could just follow this kind of conduct within hip hop, remember hip hop is a global culture. So if whatever we do, the world is doing. You don't have to wait for a government. You don't have to wait for a police officer to act like a humane human being. So that's the point of this lesson. I'll see you next week, Sunday, 7 o'clock. This is how it goes down. Sun One, blaze us.
Did they commit genocide on indigenous? Did they murder in plain sight humans innocent? Did they infect black people and give them syphilis? Did they just kill and get no regard for witnesses? Did they destroy and bomb toss some businesses? Did they shoot children and adult citizens? Did they hate Negroes while enjoying the picnic? Did they enslave millions in false imprisonment? Did they spread smallpox? Is this coincidence? Did they invade, burn whole cities and villages? Did they wage war on countries with fake evidence? Did they sterilize under the guise of medicine? Did they ask the showers disintegrate skeletons? Did they conquer, colonize, and call it settlement? Did they try exterminating anyone with melanin? If you don't understand what's going on, shut your dumb ass up. Did they commit genocide on indigenous? Did they murder in plain sight humans innocent? Did they infect black people and give them syphilis? Did they just kill and get no regard for witnesses? Did they destroy and bomb toss some businesses? Did they shoot children children and adult citizens? Didn't they hate Negroes while enjoying the picketing? Didn't they enslave millions in false imprisonment? Didn't they spread smallpox? Is this coincidence? Didn't they invade, burn whole cities and villages? Didn't they wage war on countries with fake evidence? Didn't they sterilize under the guise of medicine? Didn't they ask the child to disintegrate skeletons? Didn't they conquer, colonize, and call it settlement? Didn't they try exterminating anyone with melanin? Didn't they just blame everything on the Mexicans? Justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No.
Yes, we have to organize. Do away with all the lies. They come with the Magnum, the Black, and the 45. In between the protests, we protest and realize. Yes, we have to organize. Do away with all the lies. They come with the tear gas and glass and the 45. In between the protests, we protest and realize that we have already been here before. Protests in the streets cause we see and we all at war. Burning police cars and we shooting, looting these stores. You may not agree, but you see they changing these laws. The only thing they understand now is a city burning. They acting like they shocked with these cops, they just learning. Seeing Mr. Floyd on the ground, they got him squirming. Now we can see they are the Nazis, we the German blacks. Organize. Do away with all the lies. They come with the Magnum, the Black, and the 45. In between the protests, we protest and realize. Yes, we have to organize. Do away with all the lies. They come with the tear gas and glass and the 45. In between the protests, we protest and realize. Yeah, we always
Deep bap bap. Shadoo bap da deep bap bap. Shadoo bap da deep bap bap. Shadoo bap da beep ba-doo da.
Check it, Freddie Gray, you will never forget, Freddie Gray, you will never forget, Freddie Gray, you will never forget, Freddie Gray, Freddie Gray, Philando Castile, you will never forget, Philando Castile, you will never forget, Philando Castile, you will never forget, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice, you will never forget, Tamir Rice, you will never forget, Tamir Rice, you will never forget, Tamir Rice, Eric Garner, you will never forget, Eric Garner, you will never forget, Eric Garner, you will never forget, Eric Garner.
Yeah, we done heard it before. What we looking at is the beginning of civil war. Finally, we just might be getting right to the core. The proof and then the truth of that murder we just saw. Fuck this, there is no justice, and it's a shame because America's above this, but it's really not, because these cops, they are racist. The very foundation of America is racist. Yeah, we all know it, but nothing ever changes. They part of the system that puts us in cages. Time to break out, every race, all ages. This is not anarchy, this is what changes. You don't have the right to tell me what my pain is, or tell me how to protest, or tell me what my aim is. You the fucking problem, that's where the blame is. Cops killing black people, that's what insane is. We politicians, we know what your name is. You can vote while I'm getting choked by a racist. All the actualizations against us are baseless. They falsifying evidence and burying the cases. FTP, yeah, we done heard it before. What we looking at is the beginning of civil war. Finally, we just might be getting right to the core. The proof and then the truth of that murder we just saw. Yeah, we done heard it before. What we looking at is the beginning of civil war. Finally, we just might be getting right to the core. The proof and then the truth of that murder we just saw. Fuck that. Criminal justice, they run that. They can have guns, but ask me where my gun at. They the criminals, but it's me they want to come at. Who's telling them to put their gun back? Fuck that. When it's gonna end? Being killed by cops is the sixth leading cause of death for black men. And then the courts don't convict them. When the camera shows they the criminals and we are the victims. Yeah, we done heard it before. What we looking at is the beginning of civil war. Finally, we just might be getting right to the core. The proof and then the truth of that murder we just saw.
There's no such thing as a government. It's only people ruling over people. People jerking around people. People lending a hand to people. What part of the system do you play? Who do you oppress? What kind of world are we living in? Yo, what kind of world are we living in? Can I get with my people? Can I sit with my people? Break bread with my people? Move the hell with my people? What kind of world are we living in? Yo, what kind of world are we living in? When every day 7,000 kids are getting locked up. When every day the justice system seems to stay stopped up. When every day they cutting them down before they even pop up. When every day you gotta duck before you get shot up. What kind of world are we living in? Spinning in, winning in, sinning in. Let us begin again. Churches are ran like corporations making me holler. Corporations are ran like churches praising the dollar. There's no way out, or is it? Release your doubt and live it. Teach your metaphysics, so listen to these minutes, hear it. What kind of world are we living in? Believe in yourself, achieve for yourself, seek for yourself, speak for yourself, never weaken yourself by deceiving yourself, believe in your wealth. Come on, what kind of world are we living in? Yo, what kind of world are we living in? Can I get with my people? Can I sit with my people? Break bread with my people? Move the hell with my people? What kind of world are we living out? We move about and fear and doubt, trying to get more clout. Just check it out. We took the wrong route to a morality drought. Basically, I'm calling them out. What kind of world are we living on? When a song, we're not get on, unless it talks about thongs. Now where did we go wrong? We don't have law, prefer it's all taught, all born, not norm and all gone. What kind of world do we live around? When we lay around, let me break it down. They shutting us down while we play around. We falling, stalling, while God's calling all in to fall in.
What we're gonna do right here is go back, way back into time. What we're gonna do right here is go back, way back into time.
94,
what 93, 92,
91, 90,
89,
88, 87,
what we're gonna do right here is go back,
84, 83, 82, 81, 80. In my younger days, really my hunger days. In the winter days, starving in them summer days. I crave the good life, the successful hood life. Me and Scott LaRock, we were not slaves. Yeah, we looked within and found a lot of ways to get money in a hurry like a lotto pays. I grabbed the mic and blaze. This is not a phase, this is long term, all earned to the grave. Other rappers didn't know how to behave, so I blazed them. Other rappers were stuck, so I saved them. Others came to see if it was real and I amazed them. Others wanted to battle, I erased them. Record companies were not MCing or DJing or breaking, but they were taking everything we were making. Then they collapsed to the dollar. But no system can hold on a true hip-hopper who gets the honor. Yes, we live the spiritual, we live the principle. You'll see miracles when there's no fear in you. When it was time to get lyrical, Scott LaRock would call himself the Grand Imperial. We used to practice till the break of dawn, then get cereal. Let me share with you, right now hip-hop is here with you. Never forget where you came from. No money, me, I'm still the same son. Plain one, looking at stars, then I became one. But never forget where you came from. Never forget where you came from. No money, me, I'm still the same son. Plain one, looking at stars, then I became one. But never forget.
Lace them with some dope shit, catch them off focus, leave them still hopeless, like give me my guap. But if you ain't noticed, the reason for this opus, the reason why I wrote this, cause I am hip-hop. When God is my witness, I'm a witness of God. Ain't no conflicts of interest, my admissions are cause. My lessons, my confessions relatively are. Other sessions put the message I reflectively saw. Overstanding such experience, like where was the all? And if I ever was off, exactly how did I fall? Normally ignoring the omnipresence of God was the answer, ask a purpose, I was missing the call. So I had to make a choice of who am I to impress. Cause everybody impresses, seems like they live in the press. Pretending it's all good, the secret stressing to death, fronting happiness, but in action no happiness left. Then I'm wondering, how can I help these people believe when they truly are responsible for all they receive? Good, the bad, the ugly depends on what you perceive. Let the Beatles sound so great to someone with disease. I can lace them with some dope shit, catch them off focus, leave them still hopeless, like give me my guap. But if you ain't noticed, the reason for this opus, the reason why I wrote this, cause I am hip-hop. This is what my skills for, smacking with that real word. No matter what they here for, they about to feel God. Strictly for the chosen, headed back to ages golden. As the world remains frozen, the suns are still hot. Like
let's go, let's go. People know I play my part through my city art. Go. People know I play play my part through my street art. Mad Lion, turn my voice up. Fresh from the mountaintop, people keep on asking me, when your album gonna drop? They begging and harassing me. I pull up the Whole Foods, the juice bar is nagging me. The cashier's asking about an album while she's bagging me. The dude calls a cab for me, the cab driver's mad at me, cause I didn't drop an album last year. But actually, if you care to know or dare to know, the whole world's still bugging off the music I did 20 years ago. So to my KRS fans from back in the 90s, for all your years of support, I thank you kindly. And I mean that, I thank you kindly. Cause there's no me without you, success could never blind me. When the major labels wouldn't sign me, you were there. When the promoters nickel and dime me, you were there. When the rappers tried to outshine me, you were there. So when the mainstream can't find me, I don't care. Dreaded here, it's better here, nappy here, I'm happy here. Give me 5, man, dap me there. 30 years, boom, back me here. I ain't gotta say I'm a legend, the facts are clear. I don't hang around at the top, it's too fake up there. I'd rather chill with my real people way down here. Let's go, let's go, let's go,
Fuck these niggas talk about God is out. Say it above all the doubt, you know who brought it out. All the mouths to the fallen count from a starving out. Straight to the harvest ground, digging up the rawest sound. Yeah, understand what I'm calling down. Haters all around. Supreme gladiator in a hall of clowns. God don't need a crown. Rap is bargain style, getting dressy. Apparently, you see the gowns. Meanwhile, someone is back to solidify the I and I higher mind. Water, maritime, fire, water, time, fire, fire. Heard this since the beginning, spinning through the sands of time. Nigga fan bands, 10 grand just to stand in line. We weaving, retrieving while sleepers keep dreaming. Solar rays beaming, receiving frequencies they don't believe in. I've been entering for a reason, increasing beyond diseases. Deleting by secreting through the poison. Lead the fuck with your move, but these niggas gotta move. There's just not enough room. I'm bringing my God. I mean, fuck coming soon. It's been long overdue for the real and for the truth. I'm bringing my God. For those who ain't attuned, I suggest you get in tune. If you ready for the truth, I'm bringing my God. Do what you gotta do. Great spirit coming through. Ancestors coming through. I'm bringing my God. This that shit you can't ignore. Shake the hinges off the door. Shit is full, I give you more. Burst the hook like good form. Category 7 storms that ain't never been performed. Can't say you ain't informed or ain't never been warned. We gon' exceed every norm, every expert being torn by the old stay up strong. Coast to coast, door to shore. Mean the fuck with your move, but these niggas gotta move. There's just not enough room. I'm bringing my God. I mean, fuck coming soon. It's been long overdue for the real and for the truth. I'm bringing my God. For those who ain't attuned, I suggest you get in tune. If you ready for the truth, I'm bringing my God. Do what you gotta do. Great spirit coming through. Ancestors coming through. I'm bringing my God. For all my niggas in the street that's been hustling to eat, ladies strolling on the beach, I'm bringing my God. My people trapped in a cell that's already in hell, being told they have failed. I'm bringing my God. To the babies that's confused in the cycle of abuse, you can't break out of the loop. I'm bringing my God. For those who were born ready to study something heavy and down the rock steady, I'm bringing my God. We gon' turn up the pressure, deliver you something fresher than ever. From the oppressors to the rightful successors, identify by the method, no bullshit whatsoever. To God, no intercessor, communicating together, exposing the transgressors that rather you know never. But thinking they so clever, pretending they know better. Teaching you that you lesson, but this is their last semester. Retired, these fake professors professing they about to lecture. God's turf, God's earth, devil gets no dominion. Fact, fuck what you heard, learn informed as opinion. This division of religions is caused by politicians. By tradition, these conditions continue your submission. Cause they whitewash your brain till you perceive it's your decision. Infatuated by the light show that's fucking up your vision. Rhyme to the sight that you've been witnessing magicians, killing your intuition from giving you no nutrition. Praise God.